Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Newport News School Board for Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. On behalf of the members of the school board and Dr. Mitchell, I welcome each of you present this evening and those who are watching on TV and online. A quorum is present to transact the business of the school division. We will begin tonight's meeting with the invocation and pledge to the flag. Here to do the honors is Nina Farish, our Director of Human Resources.
I am honored to share the invocation and lead the Pledge of Allegiance. For the invocation, I am reading a poem titled Believe in Yourself. Believe in yourself and all you want to be. Do not let what other people say or do make you frown. Laugh as much as possible. Let in the good times and get through the bad. The longer you practice the habit of working toward your dreams, the easier the journey will become. You were meant for great things. Always follow your dreams. Please join me in standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make an acknowledgement. I think we have one of our councilmen here in the building with us. Hello, John Ely. Don't you wish you were still up here with us? We miss you, but we're proud of the work that you're doing for the city. Thank you very much for that. Okay, well, Dr. Mitchell, I think we have some school board recognitions to go do. Will you join me at the podium?
I have the honor of presenting our recognition this evening, and it is an acknowledgement of service for Aaron Lynn, the student representative to the school board. In honor of his distinguished service to the school board and Newport News Public Schools, he's receiving a resolution, an award, and a gift. The resolution reads in part, Newport News School Board Resolution of Recognition presented to Aaron Lynn, the 2023-2024 student representative to the Newport News School Board. Whereas the Newport News School Board approved in 2004 the creation of the position of student representative to the school board to increase board awareness of the views of students and to provide a peer with whom students could share ideas for improving education. And whereas Aaron Lynn, a senior at Woodside High School, was elected according to the approved procedures by the members of the Student Advisory Group on Education. Whereas Mr. Lynn served in this capacity from July 2023 through June 2024, faithfully attending meetings of the school board. And whereas Mr. Lynn served as facilitator to the Superintendent's High School Advisory Group on Education meetings, and whereas Mr. Lynn sought student ideas on educational issues and pursued information and experiences that would assist his efforts to provide valuable insights during the discussion of school board meeting agenda items. And whereas Mr. Lynn diligently fulfilled all the duties of the position of student representative while also continuing to excel in his advanced coursework and being named as a Gates Scholar, serving as the co-founder of Students Say, a club dedicated to developing future leaders, a member of the Math and Music Honor Societies, the Archery Club, and the Williamsburg Youth Orchestra, and volunteering for several community organizations. Now therefore be it resolved by the Newport News School Board that Aaron Lynn is to be highly commended for exemplary service, dedication, and commitment during his tenure as a student representative to the school board. And it says, in witness thereof, we are here to set our hands, and it is signed on the 18th day of June, 2024, by each member of the school board and the superintendent. Congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Yeah, I know you're used to doing lots of things. Congratulations.
And joining him tonight is his principal, Dr. Mary Hardesty from Woodside. Thank you for joining us. And the family and friends watching. And I did want to mention, too, that Mr. Lynn has been accepted to Yale University in the fall. And he plans to study economics and statistics. He's interested, he says, in financial analysis and how nonprofit organizations in communities help under-resourced students. So again, thank you one more time for your service to Newport News Public Schools. All right, our agenda will continue.
Some personnel appointments to do. And so do we have a motion for those appointments?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to approve the superintendent's personnel recommendations for Dr. Kelly Mason, Secondary Leadership Administrator Coach, Tara Chalmers Harris, Elementary Leadership Coach, and Tiffany Thompson, Principal, Warwick High School.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Four.
4.
4. 4. Great. Thank you. Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you very much. It gives me great to introduce our new appointees. I would like to introduce Ms. Tara Chalmers Harris, and if she is in the room, she's all the way in the back, as an Elementary Leadership Administrator Coach. Ms. Chalmers Harris has a postgraduate degree in Educational Administration from Old Dominion University. She currently works as the principal of An Achievable Dream Academy. She has worked as an assistant principal as well as an instructional coach, both here in Newport News Public Schools. Congratulations, Ms. Chalmers Harris. Ms. Chalmers Harris, do you have anyone with you here tonight? And if you would like to introduce your husband? Congratulations. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Kelly Mason as the Secondary Leadership Administrator Coach. Dr. Mason has a PhD in Educational Leadership from Old Dominion University. She currently works as the principal of Warwick High School. She has worked as a principal, high school assistant principal, an instructional specialist, high school teacher, middle school teacher, all in Virginia Beach. Congratulations, Dr. Mason. Dr. Mason, do you have someone with you tonight that you would like to introduce?
I have my husband, Dr. Richard Mason, and most of you on the board already know who he is.
Yes. We were actually going to say welcome to the boardroom here, Dr. Mason. He is the chair of the Hampton City School Board.
And next, I would like to introduce Ms. Tiffany Thompson as the new principal of Warwick High School. Ms. Thompson has her Master of Education Leadership from Regent University. She currently works as an assistant principal of instruction at Heritage High School. She has also worked as an assistant principal at Denby High School, a Spark Summer School Administrator, a science lead teacher at Woodside High School, and a science teacher in Charlottesville. Congratulations, Ms. Thompson. And do you have someone with you tonight that you would like to introduce?
I do. I have my son with me, Aaron Michael. I have my uncle. My parents are watching via live stream in Kentucky.
Okay.
And then I have my extended family, Jimmy and Tanya and Mary. So, thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Let us be the first to welcome you. We're glad to have you in our Newport News Public Schools family. We are going to take a short break for the school board spotlight, and it also gives those who are here visiting and getting their recognitions for personnel appointments, get their celebration started a little early. So thank you all. We'll take a moment of a break.
For the first year ever, Newport News Public Schools provided football for middle school student athletes. After a month of practices through March, boys and girls from all 8 middle schools competed against one another during Saturday games held at various high school fields across the city. The teams looked sharp in their brand new uniforms, as coaches worked diligently on building fundamental skills, knowledge, and techniques for the many athletes taking their first strides into organized football. Middle school football took place in the spring instead of the traditional fall season, so it wouldn't interfere with the high school football schedule. After a 6-week regular season, the 4 top teams from the Northern and Southern divisions competed in 2 semifinal games held at Todd Stadium. The winning teams that advanced to the city championship game were the Ella Fitzgerald Jazz against the Huntington Vikings. At halftime, the Vikings were up 8-6 as the teams prepared for a rain-soaked second half. The Jazz controlled the ball for most of the second half, scoring the go-ahead touchdown until the Vikings made a spectacular passing touchdown to take the lead back. Quarterback Zaire White-Epps connected with wideout Roderick Perry for a 60-yard touchdown. Huntington's defense held strong, keeping the Jazz out of the end zone to secure a 16-12 victory for the mighty Vikings, who will forever be the first NNPS middle school football champions. Head coach Ray Malone and his coaching staff encouraged the young student athletes to believe in themselves, give it their all, and, the number 1 rule, just have fun.
Vikings, are you ready?
What Huntington started together 3 months ago with their first practice, they finished in style, earning the mighty Vikings the citywide trophy. While our classroom teachers are at the forefront of educating our students daily, there is an army of talented and caring professionals who support the learning process with their unique skills and dedication. At the Newport News Marriott at City Center, deserving employees were recognized for their service at the Exemplary Support Staff of the Year Awards Banquet. Representing every NNPS school and 7 administrative departments, 49 employees were recognized by school leaders, the school board, and elected officials for their efforts in keeping our schools operating smoothly, creating safe learning environments, and assisting teachers and students with classroom learning. While many of these jobs happen behind the scenes, this evening was an opportunity to recognize their unwavering support. Those being honored included instructional assistants, security officers, administrative secretaries, custodians, technology support specialists, and a range of other positions that are crucial to ensuring that over 25,000 students receive the attention and care needed so that all students graduate college, career, and citizen ready. Many times, in science and in life, mistakes and failures lead to amazing breakthroughs and discoveries. That's why Minchville High School's lead science teacher, Ashley Chassard, empowers her students to learn from their mistakes, problem solve, and embrace the scientific quest for answers. This school year, Minchville students enrolled in Honors Molecular Cell Biology spent the first semester learning about biochemistry, various lab techniques, and the inquiry nature of the scientific process. After harnessing these college-level concepts, the students moved on to honors research and applications in cellular processes, which focuses on research design, applied math and statistics, and a culminating student-led research project. In groups, students were free to pick their own topic for their research project, as long as the answers weren't readily available through a quick online search engine. Meaning, these students had 12 weeks to form a question about molecular cells that hadn't been answered before, research their topic with related literature, create their own procedures to gather results, and then present their findings formally. The 4 student groups decided to use zebrafish to conduct 4 different studies, including the implications of steroids on the health of the heart, the effect of alcohol on the neurological development of embryos, how motor functions are affected by common substances consumed by teenagers, including nicotine, red dye 3, and caffeine, and if certain antihistamines could improve the symptoms of Parkinson's disease. Zebrafish are widely used for biomedical research and neurological observations since they share genetic similarities with humans. Also, their embryos and larvae are transparent, allowing direct observation of brain development, and they grow quickly, enabling efficient and timely studies. With their topics chosen, the teams had to design, plan, budget, and then run their experiments. 2 to 3 days after the zebrafish embryos were fertilized, the student scientists introduced foreign substances such as ethanol, caffeine, growth hormones, and neurotoxins to create drug-induced symptoms of Parkinson's disease. With no lab sheet or discussion questions to guide their exploration, students relied on trial and error, learned from mistakes and miscalculations, and dealt with time and budget constraints. Chassard gave the students complete ownership of their projects as they experienced the highs and lows of lab work. But these dedicated, focused, and driven students were undeterred in their quest to complete the challenge placed before them. Even when high amounts of caffeine killed the zebrafish, or the timing of the administered substances had to be recalculated, these students rose to the occasion. 5 days after the zebrafish hatched, the teams recorded observations, collected data, and began analyzing their findings. They carefully transported each larva into multi-well plates to examine them individually. Using a dissecting microscope, the teams recorded data that was particular to their topic, such as heart rate, deformities, and speed of movement. The final hurdle was writing a research paper and presenting their conclusions to an audience of school leaders, science educators, and family members, allowing the skills learned in these courses to move beyond the sciences as students learn the value of communication, collaboration, and public speaking. Unfortunately, lab research of this type is not cheap. Since these courses began in 2017, primary funding has come through grants and donations. This year, NNPS Superintendent Dr. Michelle Mitchell helped secure the additional funding to offer students a rich and beneficial learning experience. Through this intensive lab-based research project, these Minchville students gained far more than content knowledge. Instead, they acquired real-world science skills and a higher level of critical thinking to prepare them for immediate success in college and a variety of careers in STEM-related fields. Every week, Newport News Public Schools educators and staff are invited to participate in after-school activities to build physical and mental wellness. As part of the school-wide NNPS Wellness program, every school encourages employees and their families to move, eat, think, and be well. To make this happen, wellness leads are selected at each school to motivate and engage staff through coordinated events and to share helpful information about healthy living. For all their efforts and extra work after hours, These wellness leads earn a stipend, and each school is allotted limited funds to make these activities fun, engaging, and meaningful for all employees. At Gildersleeve Middle School, history teacher Kristen Stallard invites the Seahawks staff to create and paint their own pottery. This creative outlet is a wonderful experience for educators to share their hidden artistic talents while bonding as a team. Professional school counselor Karen Steele organized a week-long Biggest Loser Challenge at Hydenwood Elementary. Staff were welcome to stay late on certain days to work out together and burn some extra calories, while motivating one another on their quest to get fit. Rich Neck Elementary's student support specialist, Sonja Tatum, worked with archery coach Lindsay Sessions to offer after-school archery lessons for their school staff. This offered a fun and challenging fitness activity that brought the staff closer together as they worked to hit the bullseye. Mitzi Imblage, music teacher at Riverside Elementary, offers a variety of fun activities with the purpose of offering staff a mental refresher. Whether it's painting beautiful landscapes or cuddling with therapy dogs, the Riverside staff love to end their day relaxing and unwinding. And at Warwick High School, Administrative Secretary Rose Baker invites extreme hip-hop step on select Mondays to get the Copeland crew moving, stepping, and dancing during a high-intensity and fun workout session. Either through engaging physical fitness options or relaxing creative activities, wellness leads across Newport News Public Schools are encouraging their coworkers to grow physically and mentally as they work daily to educate all students.
I hope everyone enjoyed this month's School Board Spotlight. During our regular meetings, we provide time for the public to address the school board. These opportunities are scheduled in the early part of our agenda and towards the end of the meeting. And I will make a comment this evening that the first section of comments to the school board will last just 30 minutes, and it's strictly for Newport News residents. Everyone who is here who has turned in a card this evening will get the opportunity to speak. We just need to take care of school business while we have the attention of our audience. So as advertised, citizens may submit comments via email up to 30 minutes prior to our meeting time to be included in the official meeting record. For those of you joining us in person, the board considers this an opportunity to listen to your comments. Please understand that we will consider your concerns. We ask that you comply with our 3-minute time limit. As you begin your comments, a green light will come on, a yellow light signals you have 30 seconds remaining, and a red light and beep indicates your time is up. As your name is called, please come forward. The first one is Reverend Dr. Tremaine Johnson.
I would ask that our pastors join us tonight. To everybody else, good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair, and all that are gathered tonight. I'm going to also ask that if the principal of Heritage is here, and also the band director, if they would join us as well. Tonight, we stand together. I want to quote William Butler Yeats, who says that education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. And so tonight we come to just put more oil on the fire. We've heard of Heritage High School's opportunity to attend the parade in Rome, Italy, and we wanted to make this a possibility for them. After hearing it, we've come together with our member churches, organizations that have helped us to raise the amount of money of our goal to make sure that they get to Rome, Italy. And so tonight, we want to present this check to Heritage High School in the amount of $50,000.
That's the community coming together.
So on behalf of the Coalition of Concerned Clergy and those who've joined together to make this happen, we want to make sure that you receive the amount of money so that you can live the dream that you all have been talking about, and you can get there and represent Newport News in a great way. Thank you.
Thank you for supporting our children.
We want to make sure we get this.
Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for helping our kids. Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's the way. Thank you. He wants to get one more picture. He wants to get another picture. One more. Get your picture. Get your picture. Get your picture. Quick, quick, quick. Yes. That's love right there. That is. That is. Oh, yes. That's great. Yes. Yes. Stop putting cards. Stop adding cards. I'm going to call 3 cards at once, and then that way we can kind of load the queue. Reverend Natalie Chamberlain will come first, Michelle Nordine, and then Jonathan Waldron.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Natalie Chamberlain. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm the pastor of Hilton Christian Church. As a congregation, we strive to be radically welcoming and inclusive. Our denomination, the Christian Church Disciples of Christ, strives to be a movement for wholeness in our fragmented world. We choose to welcome all as God has welcomed us. And I want to begin by letting you know that the flowers are a gift from the Tidewater DSA. Each one is a beautiful bouquet, but each one is different, and we wanted to let you know that that is the way we look at the people of this world, each one beautiful and each one different. I am here to address the policy concerning trans rights. At least part of the issue is in the board's lack of process and will to do what is best for children in your care. Put in place the mechanism to monitor policies that directly affect at-risk students, then use that authority to protect trans kids with full human rights, equivalent to that of their peers. It would be easy to address you tonight on theological terms, but the issue before us is not religious or theological. This community, as represented by this board, has a responsibility to care for every student, no matter what we might think of any individual's race, creed, color, gender, or gender identity, and no matter what your religious affiliation may or may not be. If you need a Judeo-Christian foundation for doing the right thing, let it be Jesus' words summing up Jewish laws. He was asked of the commandments, which is the most important? The most important one, answered Jesus, is this: Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind and with all of your strength. The second is this: love your neighbor as yourself. There is no commandment greater than these. There's nothing that supersedes this law, not any verse taken out of context, not any denominational individual teachings, and not individual dislike. Since Christians, beginning in Paul's time, have done harm and called it love, Paul defines love. Love is patient, love is kind, love is not envious or boastful or arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice in wrongdoing, but rejoices in the truth. It bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. But as for prophecies, they will come to an end. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will come to an end. For we know only in part, we prophesy only in part, but when the complete comes, the partial will come to an end. Tonight, I hope you will do the right thing and protect the vulnerable students who should be able to depend on you. Please approve and use the authority in Policy CH. Thank you.
Michelle Nordine.
evening, Chairman Searles Law, Dr. Mitchell, and school board members. For those who don't know me, my name is Michelle Nordine, and I am the Newport News Council PTA's president. I would like to share some PTA highlights from this school year. I am thrilled to inform you that we finished the year with 3,125 PTA members. This is a huge increase from last year, where we finished the year with 1,750 PTA members. Based on electronic records, thank you, that go back to the 2019-2020 school year, we set a new record for PTA membership. Congratulations to all our PTAs for working hard to recruit PTA members. 7 of our local PTAs had 100% teacher membership, with Yates PTA and Gildersleeve PTSA winning the council's Put the T in PTA membership challenge in September. Hilton PTA, Huntington PTSA, and Warwick PTSA won the council's Call to Membership Challenge by having the largest percentage of PTA members based on total number of students. Crittenden PTSA met the Student Voice Award Membership Challenge sponsored by Virginia PTA by having student members comprise 30% or more of their total membership by December 31st. So congratulations, Crittenden PTSA. We started two brand new PTAs this year and restarted 11 PTAs to give us a grand total of 35 PTAs, active PTAs across the district this year. Council's hoping to add 2 more next year. We had 15 reflection entries submitted to Council with numerous visual arts and literature entries across all grade levels. Council submitted 8 of these entries to Virginia PTA. 1 entry in literature from Hilton PTA in the pre-K through 2nd grade division was awarded an honorable mention at the state level. Council Secretary has challenged our PTAs to double our submissions to Council for next year. For those who are interested, next year's reflection theme is Accepting Imperfection. Council awarded 1 scholarship to a Menchville graduating senior. We are hoping to receive more applications next year. We had 4 Volunteer of the Year submissions from our local PTAs, and we forwarded 3 of them to Virginia PTA. Council handed out awards to our 4 Volunteers of the Year at our May meeting. Also at our May meeting, a full board was elected to the Council PTA, and I was elected for my second 2-year term. Thank you. I would like to conclude this year in review by thanking everyone who volunteered during the school year at a PTA event, stepped up to be a PTA board member, and everyone who became a PTA member this year. We could not accomplish our mission without your financial support and your gift of time. Thank you for your support in making every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. Thank you.
Ms. Levine, we need to thank you for all of your dedication to the entire division and getting the parents and families and teachers and students connected. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you. I look forward to working with you guys for another 2 years, and hopefully we can continue to increase our membership.
Indeed. Thank you. Jackie Batterson is next. After that will be Adam Morrow and Larry Elliott. Oh, after this one is Jackie Batterson. And then after that will be Adam Morrow and Larry Elliott. Excuse me?
You skipped Mr. Waldron. You had already called.
Oh, I apologize. Mr. Waldron, where is he? Jonathan Waldron. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Good evening. My name is Jonathan, and I'm here to speak in support of Superintendent Dr. Mitchell and the new policies revised by the Virginia Department of Education. Since September of last year until today, I've heard some of the most outrageous claims made about these policies and about members of the community that support these policies. To name a few, we're religious zealots. We're just one church trying to force God on our kids. We promote hate, bullying, and bigotry. Basically one major generalization, mischaracterization, and complete lie after another. Read the policy and you'll find that it protects the student's rights to be a student, the teacher's right to be a teacher, and the parent's right to be a parent. And that's what this whole argument boils down to. At its lowest common denominator, we have one group of people who want to ensure the involvement of the parent in the lives of their children, and one group which wants to pave the road to have the parents escorted out of the room. Now, mind you, when a child is sick, we call the parents. When a child's grades slip up, we call the parents. When a child is hurt or bullied, we call the parents. When a child wants to go on a school trip, Permission is getting from the parents. But when it's time to take the child behind a closed door and help them sort out their sexual orientation, gender identity, and who they are as a person, one group thinks we ought to keep that hush-hush just in case the parent has an opinion on the matter. The true spirit behind this whole group's agenda was not more perfectly highlighted than the outrage brought against school board member Douglas Brown recently for communicating with a local and thriving church that they can make their premises a place of biblical learning for kids during the week. Without going into strenuous detail, LifeWise Academy is a community-driven opportunity that, wait for it, parents actually get to opt into if they and their child so desire. Imagine that. They attacked a good man whose heart is to see the children in this community learn, grow, and thrive. All things that LifeWise supports. All things that these policies support. For all the talk I have heard from this group of love, compassion, empathy, and tolerance, I have heard more derogatory comments, hateful social media posts, mischaracterizations, and slander from them of other members of this community and this school board simply because they might have a different viewpoint, perspective, or idea on how best to serve the kids in our schools. In the words of Obi-Wan Kenobi, they have become the very thing they swore to destroy. I would seriously question the motives of anyone advocating for the separation of a child from their parents' influence, and I seriously question the motives of those opposing these policies here tonight. Lastly, know this: no matter what they bring against you, standing with parents' rights is the right choice to make. And those that will be for you are more than those that will stand against you.
Now, Jackie Batterson.
Thank you.
My apologies for that.
Not a problem. As you know, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, members of the school board, my name is Jackie Batterson, and I am a resident of Newport News. I have spent time studying the mission statement of the school system. And in the school system's Journey 2025 strategic plan, it states under student and staff wellness, create an environment that promotes social, emotional, and physical well-being for students and employees. I will take that to mean all students. I am going to use the words of federal judge Robert Hinkle in his 105-page decision ruling against the state of Florida. Some transgender opponents invoke religion to support their position, just as they once used it to support racist and misogynistic beliefs. He states further, gender identity is real. He continues, whether based on moral, religion, or unmoored hatred, you cannot impede a person from conforming to their gender identity. You may be free to be opposed to trans issues, but you are not free to discriminate against transgender individuals just for being transgender. Please reject Governor Youngkin's discriminatory policy, which target our trans youth in this school system, and follow your own Journey 2025 guidelines to nourish physical, mental, and emotional health of all students. Thank you for your time.
Adam Morrow.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'd say it's a pleasure to be here today, but we've been hammering these points for about 9 months now, and I'm beginning to get a little frustrated with the refusal to acknowledge what is demonstrably the popular position of support for transgender students. And one of my fellows made a point that I'd like to address. This happened to someone I met. They came out as gay in their high school, but their parents were not necessarily supportive, shall we say. And so they had asked the teachers to keep it quiet. They were willing to be public about it in school, but not necessarily at home because they did not feel safe. Someone in the school district disrespected their wishes. I won't go into too much detail, but there were a lot of injuries involved before the student in question was removed from their parents' care and taken into foster care for the brief period of time before they graduated and became 18 and legally independent. So, frankly, yes, if a student doesn't feel safe, if they feel that they are in danger of being abused, then yes, it is absolutely the student's right that certain information that is of no bearing to the parent, such as who the student is romantically attracted to or their gender identity, is kept secret. The same way you would keep, if a student was interested in a book, or say Harry Potter, that the parents approved of, you might keep that secret if the student feared they were in danger. And furthermore, if a student felt unsafe at home, for state and federal law obliges the school to protect the student, not the parent. And lastly, I've mentioned the number of signatures on a petition opposing Youngkin's model policies. As of today, last I checked a few hours ago, it's at 554 signatures, including both the mayor and the vice mayor of Newport News. Thank you.
Larry Elliott, and after that will be Rhonda Williams.
Let's go a little higher. Evening. My name is Larry Elliott. I am now a resident here at Newport News. I was born and raised here in Hampton, Newport News, in this peninsula. I was educated in Newport News before and after the military service. And I just want to stress right now that I'm here to express my gratitude to the Newport News School Board for you standing firm and supporting the families in our community and approving the Youngkin model policies. These policies are crucial for our safeguarding parents' rights and they're actively involved in our children's education, which I believe should have never been challenged in the first place. Parental rights are God-given, not federal or state, but we are here because those who wish to push against this God-given right have pretty much pushed too far, and I thank you for doing the right thing. And I urge the school district to remain steadfast in upholding these parent-friendly policies, and by implementing these measures, you have been vital in restoring the trust again between the school and the families in this community. And it would be a setback to see the progress undone. And as long as you are protecting every child and keeping a strong academic and safe environment, there is still a big remnant of people who have your back. And I thank you for your effort and time that you have put into the future generation of leaders in this community. I thank you.
Rhonda Williams, and then Dr. Raymond Johnson.
Good evening. How are you all? Good. My name is Rhonda Williams, and I am a resident of Newport News, and I'm the mother of 2 children that attend Newport News Public Schools. I'm here tonight to simply say thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for listening to us parents and listening to the community. Thank you for implementing policies that protect our rights. Thank you for trusting parents, protecting our children, and restoring our trust back in the Newport News public school systems. Thank you for taking the necessary steps to restore the relationship between parent, child, and school. We, the public school and parents, are connected through our children. Parental involvement in a child's education is essential, and schools need to connect and have a responsibility to connect with the families. Communication should be regular, ongoing, and two-way. Communication and trust are key factors to any successful relationship. It requires what I like to call hot communication, honest, open, and transparent. We communicated and you listened. And by supporting these parent-friendly policies, our trust is being restored. So I just want to say thank you to the school board for standing strong for the families in our community and for approving policies that protect parents' rights to be involved in their kids' lives at school. Thank you for communicating that you understand the importance of supporting parent-child relationships. It is dangerous to put a wall between kids and their parents. Thank you for eliminating policies that encourage teachers to hide information from parents about their kids, especially when it comes to issues relating to gender and sexuality. Thank you for making it clear that parents must be notified and given notice and given an opportunity to object before counseling regarding gender is given to their children. Stay encouraged. Be strong and of good courage, and keep these parental-friendly policies in place. We will continue to pray for you all. We will pray that God will give you wisdom and guidance to do the job that He has set before you, and that you serve the community in a way that is pleasing to Him. Thank you.
Dr. Raymond Johnson. And then the last in the set will be Jasmine Thomas.
Great afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Dr. Best, my South Representative School Board member. If I may allow the other clergy to stand with me as I make my comments in regards to the model policies from Governor Youngkin. Sure. Gentlemen, if you all would join me real quickly for those of you who will stand. I'll continue speaking while they're coming. My name is Dr. Raymond Johnson. I'm a local pastor in the city of Newport News. I'm here today with clergy representative of all over the peninsula. I currently serve on the Hampton Roads Ecumenical Council of Bishops as the Peninsula representative and also as a superintendent in the second jurisdiction of the Church of God in Christ of Virginia, which stretches all the way from Virginia Beach to the western part of the state. And so as other members of the clergy were already here, we want to stand and show our support and solidarity to the school board and Dr. Mitchell on these issues in regards to children and the idea of transitioning. We want to thank you for approving policies that continue to involve the rights of parents to be involved in the lives of their children. We want you to please stay encouraged in regards to these policies and continue to support those policies which are family friendly, that continue to allow children to be engaged with their parents. Thank you so much for listening to the recommendations of Dr. Mitchell, our superintendent, which reflect the concerns of thousands of tax-paying parents, families, and students in the community. Many of these parents and children are members of our congregation and attend public schools here in Newport News. On these issues, I took a few minutes to speak with several noted mental health specialists, one in particular that holds 2 doctorates, one in psychology, the other in counseling. These noted specialists referred to me 3 main references. One was the National Institute of Mental Health, the second, the Australian Government Analysis of Children's Psychological Development, and third, the United States National Library of Medicine. All confirmed that brain development in teens and children are not fully formed until they reach full capacity somewhere in their mid-20s. I take this research to mean that this is why both children and adolescent teens are in need of guidance and supervision, which comes from parents. As this guidance is in the form of their parents, who have the responsibility of raising their children into well-rounded, healthy, rounded individuals and adults. In our society, I believe our school board understands that young people can't even get a driver's license without their parents' permission. They cannot miss school without parents' consent. They also are not able to be out of school without parents' consent. And so we want the school board to continue to approve and support these policies while all of us stand in solidarity with you. We firmly believe that we want Newport News to continue to be a great place to live, work, raise a family, and also continue to educate our children. Thank you.
Jasmine Thomas. Jasmine Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Thomas, and I am a Newport News resident. While I am not a parent, I am considered a godmom to 3 children who attend Newport News schools. I am also actively involved in many children's lives who attend various schools in Newport News. Tonight my message is brief, and I would like to thank the Newport News School Board members for protecting parents' rights to be involved in their children's lives at school. I request that the Newport News School Board members stand firm on the VA Department of Education updated policies approved by the superintendent because they keep parents involved. I would also like to share that the CDC promotes parental engagement and links it to academic achievement, better student behavior, enhanced social skills, and much more. Again, I request that the Newport News School Board members stand firm on the policies approved by our superintendent because it keeps parents involved. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone for their comments and thoughts this evening, and as I mentioned, there will be a second set of remarks at the end of our meeting.
Action items. 4.01 personnel actions. 4.02 new and revised polices. Revised polices. 4.0.
There we go. We got it. It picked up my voice. We will now move on to Section 3, the consent agenda, which includes 3.01, minutes from the work session, May 21, 2024, 3.02, minutes from the special meeting, May 21, 2024, 3.03, minutes from the regular meeting, May 21, 2024, also 3.04, financial reports, including the revenue report for May 2024, the expense report for May 2024, and the child nutrition reports for May 2024. 3.05, the personnel report. 3.06, VDOE authorization of signature in absence of division superintendent. And 3.07, the budget transfer. At this time, can we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Amon.
4.
Best.
4.
Brown.
4.
Harris.
4.
Hunter.
4.
Alger.
4.
Searles Law.
4.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is 4.02, new and revised policies. May I have a motion to approve the new and revised policies? Let's do it the way we did the last time as well.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move at this time to approve the policies under the student admission policies. That is JFABD, admission of students experiencing homelessness. JFC, students withdrawal from school dropouts. And number 3, JFCA, student reentry to school.
We are taking, since it's a large number of policies, we will be taking them in blocks. So this first block, that is our motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Hunter, thank you. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Amon.
4.
Best.
4.
Brown.
Against.
Harris. 4. Hunter.
4.
Alger. 4. Searles Law.
4.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. Next set.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the policies under student attendance policies. That's JH, student attendance, JHBA, attendance services within the division, JHBB, attendance monitoring / accounting, JHCB, excuse absence for religious observance, and JHD, exemption from compulsory school attendance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Amon.
4.
Best.
4.
Brown.
4.
Harris.
4.
Hunter.
4.
Alger.
4.
Searles Law.
4.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next set is student conduct, student activity related policies.
Madam Chair, I move to approve policies JJ, student rights and responsibilities.
That's
I'm
JI.
sorry, JI, students' rights and responsibilities. JIA, student due process rights. JIB, student involvement in decision-making. JIC, student conduct. JICA, student dress. JICAB, uniforms for students. JICH, drug and alcohol possession, use, sale, or distribution by students. JIG, married students, pregnant students, students with children. JIH, student interviews, where am I at? Oh, I'm sorry. Interrogations, I'm sorry. Searches and arrest. JII, student concerns, complaints, and grievances, and JK, student discipline.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Amon.
Against.
Best.
4.
Brown.
Against.
Harris.
4.
Hunter.
4.
Alger.
4.
Searles Law.
4.
Motion carries 5-2.
The next set is student services and counseling related policies.
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy JLD, school counseling. JLDA, school psychologist. JLDAB, referral of students to other agencies. JLDAC, psychological evaluations. JLDBC, substance abuse education. JJE, student social services. JLF, child abuse / child protection. JLH, missing students. JLI, student safety. JLIB, student seclusion and restraint. And JLIC, protective order notification.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Amon.
4.
Best.
4.
Brown.
Against.
Harris.
4.
Hunter.
4.
Alger.
4.
Searles Law.
4.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. The last set are administrative related policies.
Madam Chair, I move to approve policy CH, policy implementation. CHD, administration in the absence of policy. And BG, adoption of a policy manual.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Amon.
4.
Best.
4.
Brown.
4.
Harris.
4.
Hunter.
4.
Alger.
4.
Searles Law.
4.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you so much. I want to also thank our policy committee. That was a feat. And I know that you have graciously worked with the board to get those policies as close to a consensus as we possibly could. So thank you so much for that. We really do appreciate it. So you deserve a hand. The next item on our agenda is 4.03, federal funding applications. May I have a motion to approve the federal funding applications?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Title 1, 2, 3, and 4 grants in the total amount of $14,766,935.94.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Any discussion? I can just say I'm thankful for this opportunity to apply for these funds. Yes. Please call the roll.
Amon.
4.
Best.
4.
Brown.
4.
Harris.
4.
Hunter.
4.
Alger.
4.
Searles Law.
4.
Motion passes 7-0.
Great. The next item on the agenda is 4.04 VDOE Division Literacy Plan. May I have a motion to approve the Division Literacy Plan?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Division Literacy Plan as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Alger. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Best.
4.
I'm sorry. Back up, Ms. Buffalo. Amon.
4.
Best.
4.
Brown.
4.
Harris.
4.
Hunter.
4.
Alger.
4.
Searles Law.
4.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 4.05. Amend the FY25 operating budget. May I have a motion? Actually, I think we should, do we want to do a comment on this one before? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Scarlett Minto is going to come before you tonight to share the recommended amended FY25 operating budget. She's put a lot of energy, a lot of work into this since the last time she was here, and I think you will be pleased.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Mitchell. It is my pleasure this evening to present the fiscal year 2025 operating budget update. This spending plan supports the goals and visions set by the school district plan Journey 2025 and the priorities we have identified as we stay the course. As you may recall, the school board fiscal year 2025 operating budget approved in March was based primarily on the governor's proposed budget. In May, the governor approved the General Assembly's 2024 through 2026 biennial budget recommendations. This gives us an opportunity to update our state revenue projection and amend the approved fiscal year 2025 operating budget. State direct aid funding formulas are based primarily on student enrollment. The current approved fiscal year 25 operating budget was based on a student enrollment number of 25,290 students. This was a snapshot in time. However, we now have the final March student enrollment numbers referred to as March ADM, which is the exact number that would be used for the state to calculate future funding. Therefore, the new student enrollment projection of 24,805 students has been used. Here to provide this updated state revenue projection for fiscal year 25. As noted on this slide, student enrollment is down 2.7% over fiscal year 24 enrollment projection of 25,480 students. For fiscal year 2025, the majority of state direct funding changes for NNPS are associated with technical updates. 2 direct aid programs, for example, the at-risk program funding has now been combined with prevention, intervention, and remediation as one program. Funding losses for lower student enrollment will be offset by the increase in this program, about $7 additional million. As you may recall, the increase in state revenue projected approved in 2025 operating budget was only $1.7 million. The new state revenue projected provides for another $13.3 million for a total projected increase in state revenue of $15 million. The city funding increase remains the same at $3.5 million, with federal revenue and other revenue remaining stable for a total funding sources for fiscal year 2025 of $18.5 million in new funding. Your approved fiscal year 2025 operating budget was $386.6 million. With this increased funding, it is projected to be $399.9 million. This is a 4.8% increase over fiscal year 24 funding. So what can we accomplish with the additional $13.3 million in new funds since your budget was approved in March? We will be able to provide an additional 1% increase for support staff for a total raise of 3%, as well as provide some experience cycle. Teacher raises will increase from 2 to 5%, and we will continue our work to maintain a 1.5% between steps. We can also increase teacher starting pay from $53,000 to $55,100. If these salary increase recommendations are approved, they will take effect July 1st, and salary change notifications will take place by the end of July. With the additional $13.3 million in funding from the state, I show here how we rebalanced the school budget with final total of $18.5 million in new revenue. Instead of 2% for all staff, the additional funding will provide for a 3% increase for support staff, salary and benefits, and some experience adjustments for a total of $8.7 million. 5% increase for teachers, salary and benefits for a total of $14.5 million, which includes additional costs for increase in the teacher starting pay and the maintenance of the teacher scale. Change in our staffing nets to an additional $900,000. Increases in health plan costs, $2.4 million, which is offset by health plan changes of $400,000. Increase in city pension costs of $1.5 million, offset by a decrease of $1.2 million for our OPEB, post-benefit claims, and Virginia retirement employer cost. Total personnel cost is $28.5 million in increase, offset by $3.9 million in decreases, which nets a $24.6 million increase in personnel cost. Non-personnel decreases in contract services of $700,000. Anticipated increase in New Horizons, fuel, utilities, and educational materials is $1 million, which is offset by $7.1 million in anticipated savings associated with turnover and attrition and elimination of one-time expenditures. Total increase of $29.5 million, total decreases of $11 million, nets to our new revenue amount of $18.5 million. Questions?
I'm going to ask the question that I asked when we got to hear this news in our time with you.
Mm-hmm.
Over the past 3 to 4 years,
Mm-hmm.
what have been our total amount of increases that we've been able to do?
So since 23, we have provided about 21.6%. If we approve this budget recommendation, we will have provided teachers a 21.6% increase and support staff a 13% increase.
Okay, and that's over
3 years.
3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Ms. Amon.
Thank you, and it's good news. I have a question. The reduction in teaching positions, could you share a little bit about that? Because there's always the concern, reduced teaching positions.
Okay, yes, this was approved in your budget in March. It's not new. We actually have some program changes that didn't require filling these positions, so it was not a burden on any current programs. These were not even being posted to be filled. So this is not anything new. There's no positions in danger our current teaching staff.
So no teacher lost their position.
That's correct.
This reduction.
No, these are positions that haven't been filled for some time, years actually.
Okay. Mr. Brown.
And my question along the same lines is, in terms of rank, where does this salary increase rank amongst the highest raises that we've given? Is this tied, or is this maybe?
Last year we actually have are you talking about teachers?
Yeah, teachers.
Uh-huh.
And
so last year, our average teacher raise was between 9.6 and 10%. So that was a really nice jump there. And the previous year was 6.6%, and the previous year was 6%. So we've been really hammering it. In addition to eliminating their teacher compression on our scales to keep everyone step 1.5% apart. And then this year, for next year, we're recommending 5%, even though the governor's only recommending 3%.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
I'm going to make one other comment, which is, because I've been very critical historically of our city council and the level of support that we have received, I want to be equally commendable this evening on where I believe that we've truly turned a serious corner. This is not the first year, but it's an additional year in a row where we have seen an increase in funding, increase in support from our city council. Mm-hmm. And so I want to make that publicly known that it is great to be working with a city council that sees the importance of education in our city and sees I had my own council member contact me and say, hey, they were concerned to make sure that we were giving competitive raises, that we were able to retain our teachers. So it's great to have a partner working with us like that. And I just want to highlight that is critically important to our success. So in a year where we were only supposed to do 2%, we're actually doing 5% if we pass this budget tonight, which I think it's a really big deal that we've been able over these years to do as many raises as we have done with flat funding. But now we actually have funding increases and we're able to continue to do these raises. And it's a really big deal, I think, for us, and we should take this moment to really just reflect on we've come very much a long way in terms of compression is no longer a serious problem for us, salary compression in our division. So.
And then also, thanks to and they're not here, but the General Assembly being able to, since our enrollment is down, that would have meant we would have gotten less funding. And so we're at this point today being able to approve this adjustment to the budget. So, yes, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Chairwoman, I think it's more important also that we I congratulate my peers here on this school board because 3 or 4 years ago we decided, or 5 years ago, we decided that no matter what happens or who sits in the seat in the city, it is our job to continue to try to communicate effectively. We had a lot of emails unanswered, a lot of doors may have been closed, but I just want to thank you all for the continued support and us sticking together and ensuring that we make this happen. So I commend each of you. Thank you.
You as well. All right, well, let's not hold this off any longer.
Hold on. You got to go through the process.
You have to.
This one. So at this time, I am going to ask the school board to approve a new total for the school board adopted funds that includes a general fund $399,867,391, workers' comp $2,328,486, textbook fund $6,013,526, child nutrition services $27,276,462. This is an increase of $1.5 million for the from the CNS fund balance to ensure coverage of additional raises and increase in cost and capital associated with cafeteria improvements, for a total school board adopted funds of $435,485,865.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the amended FY25 operating budget?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the FY amended operating budget in the total amount of $435,485,865.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Amon.
4.
Best.
4.
Brown.
4.
Harris.
4.
Hunter.
4.
Alger.
4.
Searles Law.
4.
Motion passes 7-0.
Yay.
Thank you, Mr. We will move on to Section 5, Reports and Information. 5.01 is the 2024-2025 student fees. Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, Dr. Felicia Barnett will come before you to share the student fees for the upcoming school year. Thank you, Dr. Barnett.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Searles Law, Vice Chairwoman Dr. Best, members of the school board, and Dr. Mitchell. This evening, I will share a summary of our student fees for the 2024-25 school year. Student instructional fees cover essential costs associated with delivering educational services. These fees often support expenses such as classroom materials and resources and technology resource support that directly enhance the learning experiences for students within our school division. The student fee process in Newport News Public Schools begins with schools and departments submitting fee requests. These requests are reviewed collaboratively by the Department of School Leadership, Curriculum and Development, and Finance, where options and implications are discussed. Input from content supervisors and principals is sought to ensure a comprehensive consideration. Once finalized, the fee schedule is revised and published on the Newport News Public Schools website and incorporated into the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook for accessibility to students and families. We prioritize working to ensure equitable practices for our students. Students are not denied access to resources if they cannot pay the fees. Payment arrangements can be made to accommodate students in need of financial support to cover these costs. The following fees are set for visual and performing arts such as band, orchestra, and chorus for our middle school students. These fees cover student resources, instrumental rental charges, and band, chorus, or orchestra uniforms. Visual and performing arts fees are also required of students participating in art, theater, band, chorus, and orchestra in our high schools. And like in middle school, these costs support instrumental resources or rental charges, as well as uniforms for band, chorus, and orchestra. Fees for students participating in career and technical education in middle and high schools are listed on either a yearly or semester basis. These fees range from $5 to $10 based on the level and cover materials and supplies for courses such as family and consumer science, technology and engineering education, and health and medical sciences. Additionally, middle school students participating in I-STEM courses are also responsible for a small fee on a semester basis of $5 or a yearly cost of $10. In the event a student's Chromebook or technology device or accessories need to be replaced due to damage, specific fees are listed to cover these costs. Lost or stolen devices or devices that are damaged beyond repair carry replacement costs of up to $125 for the first occurrence and have a gradual increase based on the number of occurrences. On our high school level, Newport News Public School students participating in our driver education course pay a fee of $225, and students outside of our district who choose to take the behind the wheel course pay a fee of $250. Additionally, students are not charged to rent materials such as heart rate monitors and locks for lockers for health and PE classes, but there are replacement costs associated if these supplies are lost or damaged. The replacement costs for lost or damaged textbooks, library books, and calculators are based upon the prorated cost of the item over time. Out-of-division and non-Virginia residents have the opportunity to attend schools within our district by paying tuition costs. For the 2024-25 school year, tuition rates are specified alongside comparisons from previous years. Historically, the number of out-of-district students paying tuition has varied between 2 to 9 students annually. Additionally, waivers are available to out-of-district students who are dependents of Newport News Public School employees, subject to review in our approval process. This concludes my presentation on student fees, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Damon?
Oh, yes, thank you. I think most of these are fairly intuitive. Could you explain a bit about the sports medicine, what that fee would be for?
Well, specifically, that fee would cost any materials or supplies that may be required in that course. So the fee is small, but it might be any additional resources or small supplies required for students who take courses under sports medicine.
Thank you. Dr. Best?
Okay, I have two. For devices, and let's just say a child does not pay if it's damaged a third or whatever, they are given a device to use while in school. Is that correct?
Correct. We do have loaners within our schools that students can access if they are at a point where they've damaged it beyond repair and have had several opportunities to receive devices. At that time, after several occurrences, we certainly try to work with the family, but we always provide an opportunity for students to use a device within the school through our loaners.
Okay. And then my second question is in reference to the band uniforms. The slide had that it varies by school. Are the band uniforms, do we have some type of rotation where high schools are replaced every 5 years, 7 years? Are we using it? And can you elaborate a little on that? And if you can't, can you get it and then maybe get back with us? Because I've had some discussion with parents and teachers regarding that. So it was good you brought it up.
Certainly. I know that our band program, we do use uniforms, and after several years, we do look at replenishing those or getting newer uniforms, but I can get the specific information on that exact time period of a cycle and what happens with that back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just jump right in?
Yes.
That's all right. Good evening, Chairwoman Searles Law.
Hello.
Vice Chair Dr. Best, school board members, and Dr. Mitchell. I just had the same conversation with Mrs. Sheehan Smith just yesterday about the rotation, and she is absolutely working on a rotation. We have not had one prior to this year, so she's working on that so we can look at equity across the schools. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, you're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
One more. Because I saw some of the emails going out as a student parent. The backpacks, we're getting sturdier ones, but are we looking at if one breaks, it's parents would be responsible for additional ones if they can't find them, or as sturdy? Are we considering any cost for replacement backpacks? Would that be going into this? Where are we on that?
We will purchase the initial backpack, and then we will provide parents with the criteria in the event that they need to replace it. However, Scarlett Minto has worked with a vendor. They have designed a backpack that has a cloth bottom, and the seams are sturdier. So our hope is that it will last, but we will provide parents with.
Because we went through 3.
Yes.
Student.
So we will certainly start the year off by the school division will purchase that with the help from the city.
Any other questions? Well, I'll save my questions too when we do have a report from technology. I'm real curious of how many computers get broken and how frequently we're having to replace those, but we can save that for another day.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board? We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to section 5. Nope, I'm sorry. Where did that come from?
5.02.
Yep, one more up. There we go. 5.02. The 2024-2025 Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. And I think we have several here to support us for this one.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair Searles Law, Vice Chair Dr. Best, members of the board, and Dr. Mitchell. As you know, each year I come before you to present proposed changes and revisions to the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. As a reminder, is this me clicking? As a reminder, our Rights and Responsibilities Handbook is a tool that helps us in our mission to ensure all students graduate citizen ready. It provides guidance to our students, our families, and our staff, and details the many options we have available to us as we address student conduct. There are several revisions to the process. There are several phases to our revision process. After reviewing guidelines and recommendations, we have a long-standing practice of gathering stakeholder input from multiple groups. Finally, our proposals are reviewed by senior staff. As you know, each year we form a committee to review the handbook. This committee is comprised of students, parents, teachers, staff members, and community members with the expertise and vested interest in student success who extend their thinking to this important work. Based on a review of the data over the past 2 years, which showed an increase in the number of incidents in shoving, pushing, hitting, and biting another student with no visible injuries, the advisory committee is recommending a change from a level 2 administrative response to a level 3 administrative response. Currently, a level 2 response ranges from a student conference and, depending on the severity, can go up to an in-school suspension of 1 to 2 days. The advisory committee's recommendation is to move to a level 3 response, which ranges from an administrative conference and could possibly lead to a short-term out-of-school suspension of 1 to 3 days. Additionally, a level 3 response will provide administrators with more behavior interventions options and instructional support options compared to that of level 2. As part of our next steps, the student dress code and cell phone policies were reviewed. This review was in collaboration with our SAGE students. The student dress code garnered a great deal of discussion, but in the end, the committee put forward minor changes such as an update to old language. After a review of data and a lengthy discussion, the committee determined that no recommended changes to the cell phone policy would be brought forward at this time. Due process procedures were reviewed. An update to language was done to better align with departmental names and roles. Additionally, revised wording in suspension and expulsion of students with disabilities was added to better align with special education regulations. The members of the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook Advisory Committee is a group of parents, teachers, administrators, community members, and students who have become experts in the rights and responsibilities of NNPS students. Using a data-driven decision model, the committee reviewed each behavior code, its usage assessed, and NNPS practices were aligned to state code. I would like to give special recognition to the members of the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook Advisory Committee. The commitment and long hours, well into the evenings, spent shifting the paradigm around behavior and student discipline will greatly benefit generations of NNPS students to come. Having a group of parents, teachers, administrators, community members, and students who are willing to become experts in the rights and responsibilities of NNPS students, listen to each other, and make data-driven decision merits praise. I would like for any of our members of the committee who are here this evening to please stand. Thank you all so much for your work. As a reminder, we will seek your approval of the proposed revisions to the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook at the July school board meeting. Draft copies of the 24-25 Rights and Responsibilities Handbook have been provided to you electronically for your review prior to your approval. At this time, I will answer any questions that you may have, and be nice.
School board members,
I have one.
you have been asked to be nice. Dr. Best, you can go first.
Okay. Can you go back to the slide with DSC 17 with the
Oh, that's the level 2 to 3.
the level 2 to 3.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
There it is.
Okay, I'm shoving, pushing, striking, biting.
It's
Can
full
you-
of stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Can you just talk a little bit more about it? Because this is the one I know I'm going to get some phone calls about
Yes, ma'am.
this one.
Absolutely.
As far as, of course, shoving, pushing, striking, it's not a good behavior, but developmentally, we know some ages do those things more than others. So is that going to be considered in how you all may have discussed and how you kind of came to why level 3 would be better, just a little bit more.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So level 3 was discussed. First, we looked at the data, and we saw that there was an increase from between 22-23, 23-24 year to date. And so from that, we looked at what the responses to the behavior were in level 2. And what the team realized was that there were more options to respond to the behavior as far as a discipline sanction, as well as behavioral interventions. There were just more options in that category as well. And level 3 happens to also include the suspension of 1 to 3 days for students in elementary.
Okay.
So, Dr. Ransom, it's the expectation, however, that staff utilize those behavior interventions and not necessarily go right to suspension.
Correct. Yes. So, and that's what we absolutely coach around. Thank you for that, Dr. Mitchell.
So it's basically progressive discipline is what I'm hearing,
exactly.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is exactly right.
And so I'm also wondering in terms of how would this impact, and I imagine this was a discussion in terms of attendance. So if you have students who are at risk of retention due to the number of days that they are out, does this impact our students that perhaps need more intervention, but may be at risk of being suspended more because of behaviors?
So it may impact, but one thing that we are doing currently is we're meeting around students who have some more challenging behaviors in elementary, and we do that on a regular basis. So we work collaboratively with school leadership as well as with our experts in what's our new department? I want to say student advancement, but I know I can't think of it. But we work collaboratively with our psychologists as well as our behavior specialists on those teams to basically troubleshoot what the issues are and come up with some best next steps. And the removal from school is always a last resort. We also have our BASE program. That once students, administrators go through that process as we staff the issues, and we are able to refer students to that program. That's pre-K through 3rd grade for our 4th and 5th graders. We do have our up and running student support program where students who are suspended from school short term are able to participate in that program as well. So we do have options to keep the students in school, and when they're doing that, we're also able to not impact chronic absenteeism.
And of course, please understand that it's important to keep the classroom environment safe,
Yes,
but at the same time with support. And that's, something that I feel it's important.
Yes.
Let's see.
Could you run a scenario? Little Marvin comes up. I push little Douglas. Right?
Okay.
Douglas tells his parents, the teachers, what's the process to level 3 mean?
So,
and does that process from beginning through the process and closure deal with the parent?
So backwards to forward, yes. So the parent is involved in that process because they are going to receive a phone call of what the situation is. Sometimes the parents receive multiple phone calls throughout the investigative process that the administrator will take. They will give the students their due process by having the students to give their side of the story. And then from that, any myriad of things could actually take place where the discipline sanction is given, where it could be the sanction is a behavior intervention, which we've already included the parent, which is part of our behavior interventions, as well as meeting with the counselor. It could be a lunch detention. So it's just a variety of things because no two pushings or shovings are the same. So it always takes that a lot of extra steps on the administrator's part in collaboration with the other team members to kind of get to the bottom of the matter to have the best possible outcome for the student.
my question along similar lines, but this may it may go into another presentation. You can let me know about our short-term suspension site. So you mentioned, I guess, base program, and I think we had another name for it last year. But my question is generally around what grade levels are we able to support for out-of-school short-term suspension at the alternative school site?
So for the base program, it serves students in 4th grade through 12th grade.
Okay, so 1st through 3rd don't have a site at this time.
Correct. So right now, students in kindergarten through 3rd grade, we go through our staffing process to work on interventions and possibly other steps such as evaluation for special education or 504 or whatever comes out of that. So there is a process for kindergarten through 3rd grade, yes.
Now, is that space or is that staff? What's the limitation there for kindergarten through 3rd grade in terms of that alternative site that we're not able to place them immediately next year in September?
Can you clarify?
Is it a space issue? Not enough space at our alternative site, our short-term suspension site for K through 3, or is it a staffing?
So for K through 3, there is not a short-term suspension option for kindergarten through 3rd grade students currently.
And that's state regulatory, right? Or no?
So generally, students in kindergarten through 3rd grade are not suspended more than 3 days out of school unless they have an aggravating circumstance where intervention didn't work or someone was injured or something in that case.
Okay. So our anticipation is that it's so infrequent that we don't have a need for that site for K through 3rd grade. Is that the analysis? That we don't have a need for an alternative short-term suspension site for kindergarten through 3rd grade because the rate of incident and the length of suspension is so short and rare.
And Dr. Ransom, I know that you know what the state code says in terms of the number of days that a younger child can be suspended. Right. So part of it is predicated on that, but the other part is developmentally, we are really trying to keep them in school to really teach them how to interact with each other. So you won't typically find a lot of students that are suspended that are in that age group.
Or alternative schools.
Alternative schools.
In a public school for them.
Okay, so then when we're talking about elementary school here, this level 3, and this is what I'm clarifying, level 3 does not apply for kindergarten through 3rd grade. It only applies for 4th grade and up, 4th and 5th grade.
So currently level 3 would apply in the way this proposal is that it would apply all elementary school students, kindergarten through 5th grade.
And that's just where, and this may take some additional time, so I won't eat up more time just in terms of trying to wrap my mind around if it applies for kindergarten all the way through 5th grade, then why don't we have the site and the space available?
Different interventions for different ages.
Mm-hmm. And I understand about the interventions that we do, but still, if it's level 3, then level 3 is supposed to be applied, and if level 3 is not applied, then it's not level 3.
But there are levels in level 3?
I think
Right.
in terms of how I
Yes.
read into it is that the number of days that are issued in terms of a suspension are the same. In terms of moving and location, that's different. So the wraparound services, I'm assuming, is happening in the building versus outside of the building, which is less intrusive for younger children. That's how I'm looking at it.
And there's a range of, with 3, there's a range of other things that build on for those younger students, where we don't go straight to
suspension. And because suspension is the highest response.
And there's different responses, of course, for different ages. So you wouldn't do the same thing for a kindergartner and a 4th grader, even though it might be the same offense.
You said be nice, so I will read. I'm going to read the electronic report, and I'm going to be reading level 3, the definition very closely. I'll provide my comments.
I did have one question regarding students who repeat the offense. I'm not calling them the, repeat offender, but students who repeat the same behavior. Was there data that you noticed with level 2 being the response? And did we have students who were continually coming back and needing the level 2 intervention again? Or did you see that
So
data?
there were repeat offenders in that category, and BSC 17 encompasses so much of the behavior that we see in the lower grades. So we did tend to see that, and our administrators do a really good job and our counselors and all the other support teams are really working with them around addressing the skills needed to not act out those particular behaviors.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Yes, Ms.
Thank
Amon.
you. And I do, the Rights and Responsibilities Handbook is not short, so that's a tall order every year to go through. So thank you guys for all of your work. Just kind of to build on this, and maybe it is worth another conversation, but I have received feedback. Sometimes there are situations where behaviors are repeated, so it's a detriment to the entire class. So we have to look for other options, and sometimes the timeout, for lack of a better suspension, might be impactful. My concern with there not being an alternate location, and maybe the location is within the same school as the student's going to. If you're out for 3 days and you're already having challenging behaviors, then you come back at a disadvantage of the 3 days that was taught. You might need to be in a different environment if you need that sort of short-term suspension. But are they at home? So they're not. You compound the problem sometimes if they're coming back with nothing after. So I guess my question would be, do we have a means if we do need short-term time away from the environment, but if it's possible, to ensure that they're not losing too much learning in that time frame, so they come back not too far behind.
You want it?
No, I'll let you have it. You're the boss. What do you mean?
Back and forth.
We do have what is called administrative homebound. So if a student second grader is out for 3 days and the teacher indicates that they really need to keep up, then we can do administrative homebound, where a teacher will either go to the home, or now that we have such good technology, they will Zoom with the student. So some parents will accept it and others may not.
Okay.
And we do offer that option quite a bit.
Okay, board members, are we done being nice?
No.
I'm gonna tease you for a while.
I
on
know,
that
I
one.
know.
Oh, we really do appreciate you answering our questions.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you very, very much.
All right, thank you.
We're going to now move on to Section 5, Reports and Information, 5.03, Revised Policies. Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, Ms. Tracy Brooks will come before you to share some revised policies.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the board, and Dr. Mitchell. In closing out the school year, the Policy Committee reviewed 18 policies and procedures, so it is a pleasure to share highlights from just 5 of the revised policies and procedures with you this evening. The Policy Committee, which facilitated the review process during the school year, included 2 school board members, principals, teachers, administrators, and our school board and school division attorneys. Tonight I will share a few of the remaining policies from the General School Administration chapter and the Students chapter, both of which are in the 4th year of our policy review timeline. The Policy Committee also got a jump start into next school year with a revision of a policy in the School, Community, and Home Relations chapter on the use of Todd Stadium that I will speak to later in this presentation. The first policy this evening addresses the assignment and transfer of building administrators in our school division and was revised to state that the school board holds the superintendent responsible for the effective placement and transfer of these administrators. In taking such actions, the superintendent may consider the needs of the school division, the compatibility of the leader's administrative style with the other administrators in the building, the opportunity for professional growth in the proposed assignment, any specialized training that the leader possesses, and the administrator's professional endorsements and previous leadership experience. Next, I would like to share our revisions to the temporary administrative assignments policy, in which the school board acknowledges that the superintendent may deem it necessary to reassign staff on a temporary basis to fill building level and other administrative positions. We clarified the language that requires the superintendent to notify the school board at its next regularly scheduled meeting of any temporary administrative assignments that were put in place during the preceding weeks. This next policy endorses the school division's administrative intern program to encourage qualified employees to further prepare them for leadership positions. The program includes administrative internships that provide practical on-the-job experiences for staff as an essential component of the leadership program. We also added language that Human Resources must approve all administrative internships and will work with the Department of School Leadership to determine the most appropriate placement locations for participating staff. Our policy on sudden cardiac arrest prevention awareness was mandated by state law a few years ago and required school divisions to inform coaches and parents about the identification and handling of symptoms that may lead to sudden cardiac arrest in student athletes. Since that time, the state developed guidelines to provide information and direction to educate coaches, athletes, and their parents on the warning signs and risk factors associated with sudden cardiac arrest. We're proposing to attach those guidelines as procedures to our policy, which reinforce the requirement for parents to review the information annually and then to acknowledge receipt. Our last policy this evening is on the community use of Todd Stadium. Now, while community members and organizations have often rented Todd Stadium and its grounds over the years, we revised the policy to state that the facilities and grounds should be used primarily for youth-serving activities, especially as the demand increases given the recent installation of the beautiful turf. We also took the opportunity to grant permission to colleges and universities to rent our facility for activities that benefit students in our school division, such as prospect camps for various sports. So in terms of our next steps, the reviewed and revised policies will come before the school board for action at your July 1st meeting. And once approved, the updated policies and procedures will be posted on our school division websites and disseminated to schools and public libraries. So this concludes my report this evening. I would like to say a special thank you to the Department of School Leadership and the Department of Teaching and Learning team members for their leadership in working with the policy committee to complete the numerous policies and procedures that have come before you this school year. And of course, a special thank you to our dedicated policy committee members. Good evening. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. I'm sure they will come.
Thank you.
We will move to 5.04, the attendance report, 5.05, the membership report, 5.06, the construction report. Board members, you've received a copy of this report. Are there any questions at this time? So hearing none, we'll move on to item 5.07, comments by the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, we wrapped up another successful school year, and I want to take just a few moments to thank our instructional staff and support staff for their commitment and dedication to our students and families. Newport News Public Schools is home to devoted professionals who take great care of our students, staff, and facilities. Our staff doesn't just report to work every day, they make a difference. Staff, your actions truly have made a positive impact on students and families that we serve. The result of our efforts were on display earlier this month when over 1,500 students walked across the stage and received their well-deserved diploma in front of thousands of guests. It was a proud time for all of us. I would like to take a moment to share some interesting facts about the class of 2024. This year's graduates earned over $45 million in scholarship offers and academic awards, and the numbers are still coming in, so we are still counting. The class of 2024 received over 1,700 acceptance offers to various colleges, universities, and military institutions. I am proud that our Newport News Public Schools has laid groundwork for these graduates. Now these young people are prepared for future success. So again, congratulations to the class of 2024 and to their families. Additionally, last week, our Youth Development Department hosted the Elementary Star Awards. 240 elementary students representing every elementary school were honored for their leadership and volunteerism. Congratulations again to the honorees for their initiative, service, and activism. The Newport News Education Foundation's annual Salute to Success banquet was held 3 weeks ago. It was a great display of college, career, and citizen readiness. The event recognized 140 high school high-achieving students, including our valedictorians, our salutatorians, students who earned 4 or more industry or career certifications, and the Newport News Education Foundation and Virginia Educators Credit Union scholars. So congratulations to all of those honorees. Last Thursday, the Newport News Education Foundation and the school division hosted its 3rd annual Golf Classic at Kiln Creek Golf Club to benefit the Education Foundation's programs. Numerous foursomes registered and enjoyed the 18-hole championship course. We thank the golfers, we thank our sponsors, and the foundation planning team for another successful tournament. Congratulations to Menchville High graduate Matthew Onoff, who won the Virginia High School League Class 5 Boys Tennis Singles State Championship 2 weeks ago. So as you see, we continue to have state champions. Matthew earned the first state tennis crown for a peninsula player since 1992. So kudos to Matthew. Very well done. Newport News Public Schools is proud to offer virtual summer learning activities to keep preschool through 5th grade students engaged in learning throughout the summer. The Elementary Summer Learning Portal helps our younger students sharpen their skills. The portal includes 8 weeks of reading, writing, math, and social emotional activities for preschool students. Parents have the flexibility to choose when, where, and how much their children engage in learning. Participation is optional, and it is also self-paced. I also encourage families of all grade levels to visit the Summer Learning Portal for suggested reading lists, the reading choice boards, and required reading for middle and high school students. Please visit our website for more information. And that concludes my remarks for this evening, and have a great summer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'll just take this moment on behalf of the board to thank you for all of your hard work this school year.
Thank you.
We really do appreciate it. And we know you do not do it alone, so for your leadership team,
That is absolutely correct.
we appreciate you all as well. We'll move on to item 6, another opportunity to hear from the public. I'm not going to ask, are there any cards, because I think I have every card in the building up here. And we will move on, and so I will move on in the manner in which we did before. I'll call several names and just come in the order that I call. So the first one is Ron Lee. The one after that will be Russell Evanson, and then Jason Sletcher. So Ron Lee.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon, board. Or evening, should I say.
Hello.
On 2 prior occasions, I urged the board to do what is morally right I asked you all to overturn JBP before the federal government steps in and mandates this change. I encourage you all to be the heroes instead of being remembered as the type of district that discriminated against the marginalized community until your hand was forced by the feds. The new Title IX was updated and will take effect on 1 August. The new definition of sex-based harassment includes protection against discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. On 1 August, all students, regardless of gender identity, will be able to join any club or activity they wish, except sports, for now. On 1 August, refusal to use pronouns as they request will be discriminatory. On 1 August, outing a child to their parents will subject a person to more than de minimis harm, and that will be discriminatory. On 1 August, JBP will qualify as hostile environment harassment. On 1 August, if the offender commits discrimination, Title IX protections will extend beyond the school, regardless of a location, even if outside the United States or in a church. Any student, parent, employee, or person participating in an education program or activity may make a complaint about sex-based harassment or discrimination. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride if JPP is still on the books on 1 August. After 31 July, the WOW Church will be another hate group with Doug Brown as a member, and any discriminatory policies will be linked to that, and that will be enforceable because outside of the school district based on Title IX. You have one more chance before 1 August, in July of course, to be the heroes that demand equality and support human rights before the federal government holds your hand and makes you do what you have been incapable of doing based on sound moral character. I will conclude a song by Sasha Allen, Amen. One day, when they find my bones in the ground, whoever they are will say, look what we found. A historical find, a relic in time, and they'll never attest that I don't know my mind. One day, when they find my bones in the earth, they will not equate who I was to what I'm worth. And they find your bones from the same frame of time, and they'll treat your bones just as they've treated mine. We're the same. One day, when they come across my remains, they won't consider assumptions you've made. They will see me, not the things you say. They will put up my bones in a
thank Dr. Mitchell and the school board for taking a stand with what we believe is to protect our children, kids, youth, parents, and their rights in these things, in these matters that we're discussing. I'm sorry Mr. Lee has labeled WOW Church a hate group. That's very far from the truth. We have folks that come from all walks of life, all cultures. We're very receptive, very open congregation. I'm sorry that he's turning this into what seems like a personal issue between us and Doug Brown. And so I apologize that he feels like that's what it is, but that's not who we are. We're a church, we're a congregation, we love people. You can go on our website, you can see the views that it's a very multicultural church. Young people, children, we're a family-oriented church. But I didn't come here to discuss that tonight, but since he made that comment, I'd just like to say something in reference to all of our congregation, which a number of them are here tonight. But it's not just us. It's not just one church. You heard from Reverend Ray Johnson, who is a leader of a coalition of 800 to 900 people within the congregations. Our church is a church of 800 to 900 people that love people. I just simply came here tonight to thank the school board for taking a stand and for adopting the policy model, and hope that you'll have the courage in the face of all of this to continue to stand strong. Thank you. Thank you.
Jason Schweitzer. You're Jason, correct? Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, honored school board members. My name is Jason Slichter. I'm a retired veteran and a resident of Hampton for 15 years. I'm a husband and a father of 2 school-aged children, and I've been a pastor at James River Community Church for almost 5 years. I wanted to thank you for your public service, first of all, and also for standing up for what is right, even in the face of pressure to compromise and give in to the demands of those who promote the acceptance of destructive ideologies among children within our community. The word of the one true and living God is very clear. Genesis 1:27 says, God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. Romans 1 calls homosexuality a dishonorable passion, and Leviticus 18 calls it an abomination. The facts of biology are also very clear. There are only 2 genders, and they are assigned at the moment of conception by the Creator and cannot be changed. Human beings with Y chromosomes are males. Those without them are females. And it's obviously against nature to live in the practice of sodomy, as it's biologically impossible for that kind of union to result in reproduction. Ecclesiastes 12 says, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God will bring every deed into judgment, including every secret thing, whether good or evil. You will be judged by your eternal Almighty Creator, not on how your policies aligned with public sentiment, but with how your policies aligned with God's word and his revealed will. You must discourage any policy that promotes the practice of gender dysphoria and promote policies which discourage it. Public school teachers who promote these things should not only be forced to tell parents what they're doing, and I'm glad that you are forcing them to do that, but they should be disciplined or fired because they are in rebellion against God and his created order. They are lying to children and teaching them what is harmful and false. If a teacher was found teaching their classroom of students that black people are an inferior race or that pedophilia is a good and virtuous practice, that teacher would most likely be fired. And so the problem is that we're doing what's culturally acceptable, not what God says is acceptable by his word and his law. So I implore you, in the name of our Savior and Lord Jesus Christ, govern not in the fear of man, but in the fear of Almighty God. Thank you for listening.
Veronica Williams. Veronica Williams. Who is that? I can't read that. Donnie Elmore. Donnie Elmore. Nick Hall. Oh. Yes, you are. Oh, Connie, that's okay. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I first just want to say thank you all. You alone know what it cost you to serve in this position. You could be home, relaxing, enjoying family, and lots of other things. So I just want to personally thank you for your service. I'm the grandmother of a Newport News student at Yates Elementary. And I'm here just to share my heart about the policies. God has given mankind the power to create life. It's an honor and a privilege when a man and a woman come together, sperm and an egg unite, a life is created, a child is created, and that's an honor and a privilege. And with that creation of a child, we have the honor and responsibility to love them, protect them, instruct them, and guide them into their God-given destinies. So I want to thank you, Superintendent and school board members, for approving policies that keep parents in their rightful place of knowing and being fully knowing what's going on with their children and aware of all the things related to them. So I just want to ask you to uphold those policies. Don't allow any policies that would hide information from parents. And just listening to the comments from different views on this, I think that if we put ourselves in each other's shoes and think about, well, what if it was the opposite thing that we were talking about? What if we were talking about something that the transgender group doesn't agree with? They would want to know if their child was being exposed or experiencing things like that. So just thank you and ask you to continue to uphold parents' rights. Thanks.
Nick Hall.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Nick Hall. I'm a Newport News resident. I am a father and a grandfather. And I want to thank you for your support of parental rights. My concern is the welfare of our children, and not just mine, but everybody's. And parents need help with helping their children deal with issues that children deal with. Everybody goes through that one way or another, and parents need to help their children do that. And so you guys are supporting that. I appreciate that, and I want to encourage you to stay the course. I know it's not easy. Part of the difficulty is the fact that we're not debating ideologies. Well, we're debating implementation of that, and how do you define that? There's a lot of issues that are involved, and parents need to be at the forefront helping their children go through what they have to go through. They have to grow up, they have to mature, and it's just a process of life. So thank you very much.
Forgive me, but we're having trouble reading the next name. It looks like it says then Ross. I don't know if it's Ross or Rose.
Thea Ross.
Thea.
Sorry, my handwriting is terrible. Appreciate y'all giving me some time this evening. I have some prepared remarks. But first, my name is Thea Ross. My pronouns are she, her. And let's see here. My phone's just about to die, y'all. I apologize. Is my time running? Here we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Thea Ross. My pronouns are she, her. And I stand here today as an out and proud trans woman living in Hampton Roads. Thank you for gathering here today to rally against the ill-advised policies being foisted on our communities. All of y'all wonderful people, for being present and shining a light on an urgent and critical issue. We stand at a crossroads right now where the actions that we take are going to affect our students for the rest of their lives. When it comes down to it, screw the speech. When it comes down to it, we got what, 1.7 million people in Hampton Roads? It's about the right. If you have got the economic estimations, that means we've got what? Here, 6,000 trans kids, trans people that live in Newport News. We're your neighbors. We're 1 to 3% of the population. When you make policies, specifically Dr. Mitchell, when you put policies forward that supposedly are supposed to enable mental health services and enable us to have those conversations, but children aren't feeling safe to actually come out, how are they going to actually take advantage of those mental health services? How are they going to stand up and be present and get the help that you want to provide them if that means, and it comes at the cost of outing themselves? Because outing yourself to a parent that's not supportive, it can lead to death. The truth of the matter is that other school boards have already implemented policies like this. These folks want to say that they protect every child. They got buttons right on their shirt. There are already children in Hampton Roads who have committed suicide because of these policies. Our side, we're not even allowed to talk about it. It's too painful for those parents. But the most shameful thing of all these people here standing here today is they believe it's your job, the state's job, the school board's job to be their parents. If any child does not feel safe coming out to their parents or talking to them, that is an issue of conscience, one you cannot resolve as administrators. When you wade into that issue, when you decide we're going to create a policy that will out these kids, you will lead to harm. Harm that will manifest in legal consequences for this board, financial consequences. Why would you even bring that upon yourselves? You have a choice right now to do nothing, and you do no harm. You incur the wrath of what? A state board that's not even going to come after you. But here's what is going to happen. A kid will get hurt. That parent will sue the school district. And all of you will have blood on your hands because you had the opportunity to say, let's just wait. Let's not do something today. I know a lot of folks want to thank you. They come from a place of religion and God. I don't know, I don't have a great relationship with God, but I can tell you this much. I think God and Jesus, if they were here today, would love me just as equally. They would tell me that I have a space in this community. They would say to every trans child that you're loved and you're accepted. And if you force them to be out to their parents, if you force school teachers and administrators to be gender police, you know what's going to happen. You can't walk out of this room. You can't make those decisions and not understand. We've told you point blank. You've seen the deaths. Do the right thing, please.
Reverend Michael Burnett.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Mitchell, my name is Reverend Michael Dean Burnett. My pronouns are he, him, and I serve multiple congregations in Newport News, which include many families with LGBTQ students in your school system. I didn't bring a $50,000 check with me, sorry to say, and I certainly didn't stand in the pulpit of my church and instruct my congregation to come here and give them a script to use, because that would be a major IRS violation. But I did come before you today with a question. And my question is, whom or what are you here to serve? I've been looking over the literature prepared by the school board that's offered on the website and elsewhere. Their patterns emerge. So do you primarily serve the political and business entity known as the Corporation of Newport News? If so, then certainly you must understand what so many of your citizens, as well as groups like the ACLU, have been trying to make clear for over half a year, that these model policies do not conform to federal anti-discrimination laws, and especially with the changes to Title IX awaiting implementation, leave the city vulnerable to legal action which could lead to a loss of both credibility and money. Do you consider your service to be for the educators and staff under your employ? If so, you would do well to listen to what your own educators union has been telling you all along, especially before they achieve the ability to collectively bargain. Do you serve primarily the parents? I'll be honest, I don't see that a whole lot in your literature, except for oblique references to families as they relate to students. So, do you, as is so often said, hold yourself primarily accountable to the students in your schools? If so, this is a no-brainer. The people have spoken, and the data shows that policies, procedures like these have the potential to cause real actual harms to the lives of your real actual students. I hope you understand that as long as procedures like JBP remain on the books here at Newport News Public Schools, you are leveraging the well-being, if not the whole lives, of some of the most vulnerable children in your care in exchange for political capital. And if that is the case, may God have mercy on your soul. No matter what or whom you feel like you're here to serve, whether it's Newport News, the educators, or the students, and if you do think you're primarily here to serve parents, then you might want to consider revising your literature. It's very clear this procedure isn't helping. So I implore you yet again, rescind the revision of procedure JBP, which was implemented in November of 23, and for the sake of your students, for the sake of your educators, and for the sake of the city, and for the sake of justice, do what's right. Thank you.
Tyler Eldred. Tyler Eldred.
Hello again, my name is Tyler Eldred. I am Newport News School System alumni, an organizer for Tidewater DSA, and a proud husband to a non-binary spouse. You know, I have to admit that the difference between a policy and a procedure in context of the Newport News school system is something I am still learning to appreciate, shall we say. But in my time before various city councils and school boards, I'm beginning to pick up some of the lingo. Like if someone were to say, we wouldn't have enough votes, that means they would prefer not to take a public stance. Or if someone were to say now is not the time, what they mean is, I am just hoping this will blow over so I don't have to address it. And if someone says to you, I can't, almost always it means, I'm sorry, but no. It means, please make this someone else's responsibility. It means you should still have our back even though we don't have yours. Because we know the difference between a willingness to support and a willingness to seem supportive. Because we know when there is will, there is creativity and resilience and courage. Well, you can see why it might be hard for us to understand. Because contrary to what the cynics may try to say about us, we are not confused about anything, but understand matters of justice with great clarity. Because when we say hate affects the whole community, we mean hate affects the whole community. And when we say protect trans youth, what we mean is protect trans youth. And when we say we will remember who stood with us in this pivotal moment of history, we mean we will remember who stood with us in this pivotal moment of history. And if we hear any of you say you are allies of the queer community, or of the youth, or of the marginalized, we know that what that means to us. And our question for you tonight is, do you?
Candy Cashman or Cushman?
Good evening, it's Candy Cushman. My name is Candy Cushman. As a vice president of the Family Foundation of Virginia, I represent thousands of parents right here in Newport News and also in the Peninsula area. And before I get started with my comments tonight, I just want to bring up the mention that was made of Title IX, which, by the way, was originally created to protect equal opportunity for girls' sports. But what hasn't been mentioned tonight is that several states, including Virginia, have successfully challenged the Biden administration's controversial and hotly debated interpretation of that regulation. They have challenged it and they have won with an injunction. I'm looking at a headline from the Associated Press that came out yesterday reporting, quote, Biden's Title IX rule blocked by judge for 6 more states, including Virginia. That is a federal court decision. So actually, it would be irresponsible and possibly against Virginia law, illegal under current Virginia law, for the school board to follow that Title IX interpretation, which is still being fleshed out in the court system. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. Now I just want to thank you, as you have heard so much tonight. Thank you so much, Newport News School Board members, Superintendent Dr. Mitchell. Thank you for listening to the heartfelt concerns of families in this community and acting to protect parental rights to be involved with their kids' lives at school. We all agree every single child should be protected from harm without exception. Virginia already has comprehensive bullying, anti-bullying laws at the local and state levels, as well as mandatory reporting laws requiring educators to report suspected abuse. We all need to follow those laws and implement them. But when schools allow policies that create a wedge between the kids and their parents, that creates more danger and harm for kids, not less. It's not a hypothetical concern. We've all seen the headlines around the state of these documented cases, whether it's a child being sex trafficked after a school hid information from the parents, or it's the kids experiencing sexual assault in bathrooms and not notifying parents. These are real problems. They're not hypothetical. That's why I'm glad you've done the opposite of keeping parents out of the picture. You have earned parents' trust back with this move to respect parental rights. By doing this, you have shown true compassion and have respected parents. Please keep that in place and do not reverse this building of trust in the community. Thank you so much.
WAR, and that's about as much as I can. I'm sorry.
My handwriting's not that great either. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Patrick Warnament. As a member of the Navy, I swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. JPP comes out of Christian nationalism and the fascism that spawned it. We defeated that fascism 80 years ago, and now it's back, wrapped in the U.S. flag and waving across. We will defeat it again. I would like to remind so many of the Christians here of one of the scriptures that so many of them forget. Matthew 25:40. And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done unto the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. I grew up Catholic, I understand. I turned away because of the people like this that claim to follow Christ, that have scripture in their mouths and hatred in their heart. How dare you be cruel to those weaker than you? There are people in this room that remember when they were the ones that were being mistreated, when a school board this diverse was unthinkable. Let the students be who they are. Many speakers here mention parental rights. I reply to them, if the parents don't already know, then there's a reason the child doesn't trust them. I suggest you look within and meditate on why your own behavior prevents your child from trusting you. It's not the school that's driving a wedge, it's the parent's own behavior. Down with the JPB. Thank you.
Let's see. Bill Haynes.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. Amen. I just wanted to throw this away and say I support wholeheartedly the decision you've made with the model policy Glenn Youngkin has established. I've read it. I've scanned through it and read it, and I think it's a very well-balanced policy which does not discriminate against anyone and helps everyone to benefit. And also just want to say this to you. You don't serve man, you serve God. You're here to serve God and uphold what he wants you to do. And down in your conscience, you know what's right, because it says in Romans 1, everybody knows what's right and what's wrong. So when you uphold the truth of God's word, I think you're doing the best thing. And I support you for what you're doing so far. I thank you so much. Dr. Mitchell, I know you are the bigger player in that than anybody else, but I thank you for choosing what you did. And I also pray that you just keep standing strong and not bowing down to what you feel sometimes from people that don't agree with what you're doing, because it's always going to be that way till the end of time. There's always going to be pressure. So thank you for standing strong, and I pray you keep on doing it. Thank you very much.
Ash Chadding-Young.
To read, I promise. Good evening, school board members, Dr. Mitchell. I wish I could say it was a pleasure to be back here, but it isn't. Let's be real, it's not fun to be here. I'm going to do something a little different again tonight. I've noticed that the other side of this issue is wearing Protect Every Kids stickers, but I wanted to ask, protect kids from what? The freedom to be a kid? The freedom to explore themselves and their identities safely? How about from parents that speak about them like property? I can't be the only one that's noticed this. I can't be the only one that's recognized the chilling similarities in rhetoric between the Protect Our Children crowd and the same language we use to defend our property. I can't believe I have to be the one to say this, but your kids are not your property. They deserve even, the right to explore themselves safely and on their own terms. If that offends you, if you think your kids might hide something from you, ask yourself why that is before pointing fingers at the woke left or whoever today's boogeyman is. Members of the school board, your job is to provide an education for your students. Nowhere in that are you required to out them to their parents against their will. Nowhere in that are you required to police names or pronouns or force students into the wrong bathroom or onto the wrong sports team. As Gavin Grimm would no doubt be happy to tell you, you are in fact required to do the opposite. Your job is to educate kids, and part of that is letting kids explore themselves. Because guess what? We are here, we are queer, and we will not disappear. To that end, I want to both thank you for adopting Policy CH today and urge you to use these powers to overrule JBP. Today, you've come a long way. It's now time to finish the job. Finally, I want to mention that there are over 550 members of our community who care deeply about this issue. 550 voters who will not support anyone on this board if you continue to remain silent. And our members continue to grow. School board elections in Newport News are often fairly close, decided by fewer than 600 votes. Keep that in mind while you choose to remain silent. Thank you.
Blazin Bloom.
Good evening, Honorable Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Blazin Buckshot Bloom. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I've been a proud member of our queer community and our trans community. Since the 5th grade, I've known that I was different. I knew I wasn't straight. I knew I wasn't gay. I knew I wasn't a man. I knew I wasn't a woman. I didn't know what I was. There was no term that I knew to describe myself. But I knew I was different. It has taken me over a decade to find some semblance of identity that looks and sounds and reflects my experiences in life of over 20 years. In college, I am proud to have been one of a few students to actually write policy for Old Dominion University on how to be a gender-inclusive campus. During that time, I got to read much on state law, federal law, Supreme Court rulings, past and present, and to read into both Governor Northam and Governor Youngkin's model policies. And I have to say, having read through Youngkin's policies, it is incoherent. The basis made to justify the policy that you all have adopted is to argue that gender is ideology, ideology is speech, and that students' First Amendment rights mean that ideology cannot be pushed upon them, that speech cannot be forced upon them, and therefore that gender, identity, and expression cannot be forced upon them. And yet this exact policy forces gender identity and expression by refusing to let students identify, express themselves as the way they feel in their hearts, the way they know they are, the way that their God has made them to be. Because we know that the First Amendment applies to young people and that parents don't make the final decision, that young people do. That parents have a say, to have a role and involvement in their child's education, but not at the expense of their child's education, as has been established decades ago with Tinker versus Des Moines during the Vietnam War. We know the harmful impacts these policies have. I come from the city of Chesapeake, and if you didn't get to come to our Pride, our wonderful 3rd annual Pride, the Rainbow Youth Coalition was one of the sponsors, high-ranking, an organization that has started to take the place of the Trevor Project, based out of Indiana. And from Indiana, they know about Chesapeake, Virginia, because after passing Youngkin's model policy, the amount of calls they get to their crisis hotline has risen exponentially. When you factor in our high school population, that 1 to 2% of the current population identifies as trans, that nearly a third of all high school students who identify as trans experience called in within a year after the policy was adopted, having mental health crises because of the actions of our school board. Please do not repeat the same actions our school board has. Please learn and please fix your past mistakes. Thank you.
Gray Lyden. Thank you for the phonetic spelling.
No problem. Good evening, members of the board. As a trans non-binary college student who has been working with the local LGBTQ+ community since I was 16, having supportive teachers and counselors who encouraged me to run a GSA back when I was in high school helped me to become the hardworking activist I am today. Having a school counselor who was able to talk about questioning my identity with me and knowing she wouldn't tell my parents while I was figuring out who I was, provided me a sense of safety that Youngkin's model policy takes away from trans students. It also allowed me to process my own emotions and feelings before sharing them with my parents. Once I figured out my identity for myself, I was completely comfortable sharing it with my parents, and my parents were able to trust that I would talk to them when I was ready. After coming out, I was able to help create a safer environment in my old high school by showing students and teachers that LGBTQ+ students are just like other students who just want to learn in a safe environment. I would like to remind you all of separation in church and state. Religious beliefs should not influence school policy at all. Provide the trans kids in Newport News public schools with the same opportunity to flourish and find themselves in a safe environment that I and many other students got to experience. Rescind Youngkin's transgender model policies in favor of protecting students. Thank you.
Haywood Barnes. Haywood Barnes.
Good evening. My name is Haywood Barnes, Jr. And I stress that because my belief is we need to put the daddies back in their place. I will identify myself as a daddy. My daughter was here a few minutes ago. She left to go to do something more important. But what I want to share this evening is 25 years ago, as of the 10th of this month, one of the educators saw my passion, gave me a book, Daddy, Daddy, Be There. And it reads part of it this way: Daddy, Daddy, be there. When I dye my hair green, I cut it off. I pierce my ears and nose when my music rocked the house. Grab me when I'm wander too far from home, too close to danger I cannot see. Daddy, Daddy, be there. Another stanza. Daddy, Daddy, be there. Let me sit with you. Let me hold your spotted hands. Let my eyes be yours, and my ears as well. I remember when you were there for me and asked nothing in return. Now I'm here for you. Daddy, Daddy, be there. I love you. I'll leave this because only thing I'm saying, in the school system as it is today, I have a fourth generation, 2 great-grandsons. I believe my influence will be enough to keep them safe. But there's some other children may not have that. So I'm asking those that love children, Daddy, Daddy, be there. Thank you.
Rosalind Leonard. Rosalind Leonard.
Good evening. Again, my name is Rosalind Leonard. I hadn't intended upon speaking, but so I didn't have a speech made up. But I do want to let you know that I appreciate you. I appreciate what you have to deal with and put up with. I want you to know that I am praying for you. I want you to know that I pray that you make wise, right decisions based upon truth and based upon the safety for children, families in this city. I am not a parent. I am not even from Newport News. I'm from Newport News, but I don't live in Newport News. But my nieces and nephews do. They are a part of the public school system here, and I want them to be considered when these things are put in place. What I and my family teach them is the truth, based upon the Word of God, and I want that to be reiterated in their life as well. I do know that you probably have a lot of difficult things that you have to hear, whether it be social media things or things that have been said here or things that when people cross your path in public, and I'm sorry for that. I pray that I thank you for being leadership and standing for what is right and what is true. And leadership does not always cater, as it said before, to the opinions of man, but they have a higher authority. And I pray that you just honor that authority and you live by what you know is true and what is right. Thank you.
Ronald Lassiter.
Greeting, Newport News School Board. I am Ronald Lassiter, and I give kudos to Chairman Lisa Sherlow's Law and Dr. Best and Dr. Mitchell. I'm just here to thank you for making a stand and adopting the governor's policy. I know that it took a lot for you to make those decisions, and I continue to pray for you. I am a pastor in Newport News. I have a congregation. I have youth in the church, and thank you for making the right choice, not making our school grounds and our school classroom test labs, but let the test labs happen behind the closed doors in your meetings, that you will bring about the best policy possible for our children. I love all people. I love all children, as all of us have had people to be in our lives, our family members who may be transgender. I love them in spite of, but I must adhere to God's word and what God's word say, and let's not allow these things that happen on social media and around us dictate to us how we should carry our children or how we should raise our children. But let the parents be involved in those decisions and bring them into a place, a close place. I know there's an answer somewhere, but I know that the right answer you have come to, and I applaud you today in your courage in making those decisions. Thank you.
Danielle Cousins. Danielle Cousins.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak today. I used to live in Newport News and now a resident of Yorktown. I have 4 children. I've been married 20 years to the same wonderful man. I'm originally from California. I grew up in a very liberal family. I was abused as a child in witchcraft, which is some bit going on in this room. And I just have freedom in Jesus Christ. And I've seen people healed and delivered and set free by the power of God. For his love. And John 3:16 says, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And God is a holy God. We all have a free will. I am here by my free will, just so you know. Nobody made me come. Nobody forced me. I'm here by my own free will, and we all have that free will to be able to choose to live for him and accept that love, or choose not to. And I just wanted to thank you guys for allowing parents to have that God-given right and not have it a law in their schools to have to worry about their kids not being able to talk to them or people talking to them behind their back. I personally witnessed a friend's daughter's name being changed in the system by the librarian without their consent. I personally had a doctor. I was actually under the former governor who is a doctor, and one of the nurses gave my daughter a shot to stop her cycle without my permission, and they called it some kind of blood thing, and her cycle stopped for 5 months without my permission. And so I know what it's like for someone to try to take your rights and for your children, and you just want to make the best for them. So I just wanted to read Jeremiah 23, and it says that my prophets and my priests are profane. They do not speak the word. They run, but they do not speak for me. They cause my people to err in their ways, and they seek their own evil desires of their hearts, calling love unclean. And so I just pray every curse spoken over you guys and over the school board and over children in the school to be broken in the name of Jesus. Every threat, I just break it in the name of Jesus. I just speak suicide be canceled in the name of Jesus. I speak blessing over your family. I speak blessing of everyone here. I'm an evangelist. I preach God's word. I love everybody. And like I said, I personally, in the last month, seen a lady set free from being molested by her father, and God healed her, took her pain away, and set her free. And only Jesus Christ can do that. And he loves everyone in here. And some of them, it's their last chance to receive him as their Lord and Savior. And I just pray that for everyone in here. I pray healing and deliverance for every hurt and every pain. It's not God's will. Thank you. You guys have a blessed day.
David Brakeman. David Brakeman. David Brakeman. One more time. Okay. Cheryl Martino? Cheryl? Went to the restroom? Okay. Mary Voss.
She said she'd be coming back. Does she have her homework? I haven't seen her.
Okay. I'll just call the last three one more time. And David Brakeman.
With respect to the JBP, the procedure is not helpful. Despite the opposition's claims, it does not advance a parent's ability to be a parent. A trans person wants gender affirmation always and will only not come out to a parent if they fear retaliation that, if feared, often materializes. A right to know is subsequent to a responsibility to be trusted. Telling parents that they can just pull their kids out of ever using a bathroom on the basis that the same bathroom was once used by a trans person is naked fear-mongering, and it doesn't make anyone safer. In fact, the procedure is harmful. A trans person who sincerely and persistently dresses and engages in the manner of a gender other than their sex assigned at birth is at an increased risk of being a victim of violence when forced to use the bathroom of their sex assigned at birth, and has no increased likelihood of being a perpetrator. 3. The procedure is bad at being segregated on the basis of sex assigned at birth, except for in a handful of edge cases in all laws where that's fundamentally not the criterion, fails to both be specific and to be an implementation compliant with the overriding Board Policy JB and Federal Title IX that prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex, gender, or any combination thereof. 4. The procedure is not a shield. Lawsuits by Youngkin against the many districts rejecting his model policies have not materialized. If the board is worried about retaliation on other axes, know that blackmail does not go away when you do what they want. The procedure, 5. The procedure is the board's responsibility. The law that started this was that school boards must adopt policies consistent with the model policies. So the superintendent's procedure both is the board's policy when we want cover and is not a policy when we want to say that we can't do anything. State law vests the elected school board with the responsibility to operate the schools. The superintendent works for the board, and Policy CH reaffirms that implementing policies is the responsibility of all administrators, which includes the board. 6. Board, use your authority to overturn Youngkin's scapegoating of trans youth in JBP. Please take your courage to the next level and take a stand that involves a vote. Thank you.
Is Mary Voss? Okay, Mary Voss. There she is. And then the last one for the evening would be Cheryl Martinov. Okay, great.
Hello, Mary Voss, NNPS teacher, parent, and graduate. First, I want to thank the school board for meeting with the NNEA about contract negotiations earlier today. Contract negotiations, also known as collective bargaining rights, give teachers and staff a seat at the table to negotiate things for things such as smaller class sizes, more planning time, more restroom breaks, seniority and job security, and much more. Teacher and staff working conditions or student learning conditions, so this benefits students as well. I also want to point out when NNPS becomes the first or one of the first districts in Hampton Roads to give its hardworking teachers and staff collective bargaining rights, watch how candidates flock to this district and watch how our teacher and staff turnover rates dramatically decrease. This is good for you guys as well. NNPS employees, if you haven't signed your NNEA authorization card yet to help us win collective bargaining rights, please visit newportnewseducationassociation.com and scroll down to authorization cards. Next, on to Youngkin's discriminatory guidance. First, I want to thank all the pro-equality church clergy and pro-equality church members who are out in force tonight, proving that a single church or group of churches does not control what God thinks of LGBTQ plus children. Research-based evidence shows and experts agree that discrimination against LGBTQ kids is very dangerous to these children and youths. Items in Youngkin's cruel guidance, such as forced outing of children to unsupportive family members, not calling students by their preferred name, and not calling students by their preferred pronouns, are literally associated in study after study with serious negative outcomes, such as homelessness, self-harm, and suicide. Children's safety trumps far-right talking points about parental rights. Parents do have a say in our children's education. We elect school board members. We can call and email our school board members. Many of us are here speaking at a school board meeting, but that doesn't mean that kids should have their lives endangered by cruelly outing them to family members who may kick them out of the house or may emotionally or physically abuse them because of that revelation. Speaking as an individual, I'd like to share an excerpt from the poem On Children by Khalil Gibran. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, yet they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you. For life goes not backwards, nor tarries with yesterday. You are the bows from which your children, in short, our children don't belong to us. They're their own people, and they deserve to be loved and respected for who they are. Thank you for your time.
Can you pronounce your last name for me?
It's French Canadian. It's Martineau. I say Martineau because it's. Thank you for letting me come and speak to you. I want to applaud you that any politician that attains to any level of helping others is what you do. You're servants to the people. You're brave. It's a confusing time that we're in, and I would like to applaud you and thank you that you would take this time to listen to us. I would like to speak to you today as someone who endured child abuse, as someone who knows what it is that children, when they are given the freedom, which we've heard about, people want freedom to do foolish things, it's going to affect the other children, which I had that happen too. They say boys will be boys, But if those boys are bigger than you, what chance does that little girl have? Oh, when we let Pandora's box go open, what happens to this public? I love this country, and you do too. But what is happening that we have to have electronics, what do you call them, that the children have to be scanned to go into the schools? What is happening to our cities, to our children, that it's not your fault if you can't trust them? I don't know how anybody can be a school teacher today with all the things that are happening. We had a standard of morality in our country for 200 and almost 50 years that was unquestionable. People have flocked to America and still flock to America because it's a good nation, a righteous nation that's been falling and failing badly. And the people who've come up here in the name of God, it doesn't matter what your religion is. We don't care what your religion is. But there is a simplicity of the Ten Commandments that we made the Alabama judge tear down off his wall. How much more simple can we get than don't steal, don't covet, simply have a morality that applies to all? If we have no law, we are lawless. And if we are lawless, people like me now in my 70s, I feel like I can't be out at night by myself anymore. That's a shame. It used to be that, when I was in school, that we were safe. Now we're not.
I just received a second card from Veronica Williams. I thought I called your name, but if I did not, you're welcome to come at this time. And that is the last card that I have.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Williams. I was born and raised in the city of Newport News, matriculated through the Newport News public school system, and I own a law practice located in the city of Newport News. I want to thank the Newport News school board members for taking a valiant stance for the families in our community. And I want to encourage you as a board to stay the course regarding the policies that resulted from your valiant stance. Specifically, thank you for approving policies that protect parents' rights to be involved in the lives of their children at school. Thank you for listening to the recommendations of our superintendent, which reflect the concerns of thousands of taxpaying parents, families, and students in this community. The fact is, the best way to protect as many children as possible is to involve their parents as much as possible, rather than cutting them out. Thank you to our superintendent and to you as a board for approving policies that honor that principle. I've asked the board clerk to provide each school board member with a copy of CDC documentation setting forth facts about the benefits to students of parental involvement. It's dangerous to put a wall between children and their parents. That's why I'm glad you've done the opposite by approving policies that, amongst other things, make it clear that parents must be notified and given an opportunity to object before their children are counseled regarding matters pertaining to gender identity. As I've shared with this board previously, the issue of requiring parental notification and consent prior to a school referring a child to counseling is especially crucial, considering a Virginia statute that, from a practical perspective, prohibits licensed mental health professionals from exercising independent professional judgment when counseling children on gender identity issues. Your current policies have kept parents involved in the process and empowered them to protect the precious, impressionable, and vulnerable hearts, minds, and bodies of their children while in the public school system. Thank you again.
This being our last board meeting for the school year, it is late, but we need to say goodbye to our school board student representative. So if board members, if you would like to say your goodbyes, we'll do that and then we will adjourn. So I will start with Ms. Alger.
We're going to miss you dearly, and we want to thank you for all that you've been and the time that you've served here. I know there have been many times that we've ran into each other, and so much has, I've learned so much from you. So thank you, and continue to be the leader that you are. Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Seaman.
Sure. I too thank you, Erin, for being part of this board as our student representative this year, and I wish you the best at Yale. It is going to be a great adventure, so I look forward to seeing all the wonderful things you do.
Mr. Hunter.
And Mr. Lynn, again, it's been a pleasure serving with you, and I know you're going to do very, very great things. Again, great things are happening in Newport News. You're leading the way. I'll go get them at Yale. Okay?
And Dr. Best. We'll just go straight on down.
Okay. Congratulations, Erin. I wish you the very best. I fully expect to see your name on television and a magazine and social media for some groundbreaking or business big type of announcement, and I will be able to say that I knew you when. So I wish you much success.
Mr. Harris.
Well, Erin, congratulations on all the success. I know you're going to continue to prosper. I can truly say that whatever the kids' process has been to select and elect students that have sat in that seat since I've been here, whatever that process is, I would like to know, because they have, every student that has been there has been clearly top-notch in the school division. So, like my grandmother used to say, kids do get it right. So congratulations to you, okay?
All right, Erin, I won't embarrass you again. I know I embarrassed you at graduation. So I just say to you, echo what everyone has said, extremely proud of you and proud to have been able to sit next to you this whole year. I know that Yale is the midway point of your journey. So this has been, a journey that has started for a long time. You've been working towards this goal. And I know how hard you have worked, seen your diligence, and I know that you're going to go on to do great things. It's the midpoint of your journey. I encourage you to continue in your education. The only thing that I'm going to ask of you is when you finish your freshman year, would you come back to Newport News School and come to our board meeting and just tell us how your freshman year went for you? And I know you got some things to say right now, so please go ahead and say what you got to say to the people.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say was that I'm grateful for being a part of Newport News Public Schools for the past 13 or 14 years. I truly think that I'm truly honored to serve as the student representative and the co-chair of the Superintendent Student Advisory Group on Education. I have learned a lot about the efforts, about the dedication and amount of effort put in by Newport News Public School staff and school board members into each student to make sure that they are college, career, and citizen ready. So I thank you.
You're welcome. The last thing I will say, if anybody asks why we do what we do, that's why. Meeting adjourned.
en place Diouville. En 2014, on a décidé de revenir où l'aventure avait débuté, mais avec le sport qui avait évolué 9 ans plus tard. Les coureurs sont meilleurs, l'expérience de l'équipe de production est vraiment différente, et sur le même terrain, ça va être un événement totalement différent de la première fois.
While Crashed Ice was first held in 2001 in Stockholm, Sweden, it really took off on the ramparts of Quebec City's Upper Town. Christian Papillon, the only Canadian member of the event's international production team and an ex-competitor from Quebec City, is in charge of the stage in his hometown, as well as all the championship's other races. Traveling the world as a skater, he was a first-hand witness of the influence of Quebec City on the rest of the world.
En 2006, la piste de Québec a fait ouvrir les yeux à plusieurs autres pays, plusieurs autres personnes dans le monde, de par l'intérêt que les citoyens y portaient, de par la qualité de compétition qu'on pouvait y présenter. Tout ça réuni ensemble a aidé le sport à grandir, ce qui a par la suite permis à développer un championnat du monde.
As the sports director, Christian Papillon designs every Crashed Ice track. Backed by a city with plenty of hills and spectacular settings, and a seasoned local production team, he and championship director Joaquim Pozel decided to relocate the Quebec City track to bring balance to the circuit at the risk of changing a winning formula.
Quebec is the only city in the world, which I know till now, which has the luxury problem that Quebec can host 2 different tracks. This year it fits perfect because we have really fast tracks and all the other nations. Everybody was complaining that it's only fast and only downhill, and now they will get the skating back.
To crown the most versatile skater of the championship, each Crashed Ice race features a different type of track. Whether it be finesse, jump control, or an explosive start, each course requires a complementary set of skills.
Ici, on est en mesure d'avoir une piste légèrement moins rapide. On va avoir plus de patins. C'est pas la pente abrupte qui va nous donner une très grande vitesse. Donc, les erreurs vont être beaucoup plus coûteuses ici.
With a track that's not as steep as in previous years, giving an edge to the most powerful skaters, fans will experience a whole new spectacle.
La conception du Crash Ice puis du sport pour les gens de Québec était évidemment basée sur la piste qui partait du Château-Frontenac qui finissait dans le Vieux-Port de Québec. Donc ici, ce qui va être intéressant de voir, c'est ce que les athlètes sont capables de faire outre descendre une pente très, très abrupte. On a la fortification qui est un aspect important de la ville de Québec qu'on voulait intégrer dans le parcours aussi. Donc je pense qu'on a une piste vraiment intéressante cette année.
Just like the passage through Port Kent, which forces the racers to make a hairpin turn, the bridge over the fortifications not only gives spectators a view of Quebec City's sights, it's also an obstacle in itself.
Ce que j'ai voulu faire, c'est vraiment donner l'impression qu'on allait sauter sur la fortification puis vraiment utiliser la forme de la fortification pour patiner puis créer un obstacle à partir de ça. Évidemment, on avait quelques restrictions posées par les parcs du champ de bataille qui protègent évidemment ce monument-là. J'ai pas vraiment été surpris, évidemment, de savoir qu'on peut pas toucher une fortification vieille de 400 ans ou presque. C'est juste après ça de voir en production comment on va reproduire la forme et tout ça.
To give the impression that the athletes are skating directly on the fortifications, the team designed a raised track that follows the curves of the wall without touching it. Resting on 4 pillars, it's only a few centimeters away from the stone structure. The team in charge of the structure can cross that off their list, but their work has only just begun. Several critical parts of the track, currently unfinished, will be completed in the absence of their designer, who's away supervising another leg of the championship.
Je me déplace vers Moscou pour la fin de la production là-bas. Pendant la période de temps où je serai à l'extérieur, l'équipe locale ici va travailler constamment chaque jour à construire les obstacles, à construire les bandes, à préparer le terrain. Je pourrais être stressé, je pourrais être un peu nerveux à l'idée de laisser ça entre les mains d'une équipe de production qui n'a jamais patiné même une piste. Mais dans le cas de Québec, on travaille avec une entreprise qui est habituée de faire ça. C'est maintenant la 9e année. Comme je viens de Québec, je suis très près d'eux, on communique beaucoup. Donc, je pars la tête en paix.
With Christian Papillon gone, the track structure is handled by the team in charge of the scaffolding, whose construction plans are much different from the ones initially submitted by the sports director and his team. From the original idea to the grand finale, creating a track like this is a long process that began the previous summer. After the first brainstorming session with the international production team, Papillon surveys the site 8 months before the event to take GPS coordinates. He then contacts designer Stefan Wellinger to send him the data he's collected. Based on that, Wellinger drafts a more well-rounded and realistic version of the initial route.
I know Chris Papillon since many years. He's pretty much the guy who does all the track design in cooperation with me. I'm drawing the plans for him. He advises me on what he wants. I advise him on what's feasible to build, what's impossible to build. Not everything that looks good on paper then works in reality because it is either too expensive to build or it doesn't fit the limitations of the cooling system, which is pretty flexible, but still there are do's and don'ts in track building. Then we start drawing like two-dimensional outlines, send them to the national agency to work on the permissions and all that stuff.
Eux ont une idée en tête. Nous, on connaît les réalités politiques, si on veut. On est sur 7 propriétés différentes. On réunit tous les intervenants, les partenaires locaux, régionaux, puis on leur explique. On voudrait que le parcours passe comme ça, avec des structures, des ponts et tout ça. Et puis on sonde leur intérêt, on écoute leurs commentaires, leurs propositions. On ramasse toutes ces contraintes-là et on revient à la charge avec une proposition plus étoffée.
Once they've received all the permits and work around the political obligations, Papillon and Wellinger finish a 3D mock-up of the track and send it to Gestev for fine-tuning.
On reçoit les plans SketchUp 3D du parcours que les autres aimeraient avoir. Moi, je pars avec ça, puis je le transforme en échafaudage. On a des contraintes qu'on sait que ça ne marchera pas, là, des hauteurs qu'on ne peut pas atteindre, des courbes qu'on ne sera jamais capable de recréer parce que c'est tous des morceaux précis avec des dimensions précises. Là. Fait que si on veut que ça se réalise sur le terrain dans un court laps de temps, des fois, il faut modifier des petites affaires. Là.
Despite all of its precautions, nothing is guaranteed as the crew goes from theory to practice.
On part avec un plan de la ville qui nous est fourni par la Ville de Québec, mais c'est pas des plans là, qui sont exacts au centimètre près. Là. Souvent, c'est des plans qui ont été faits une vingtaine d'années. Fait qu'avec les aménagements, ça change.
In the first week of structural work, the ground of Parc de l'Esplanade holds an unpleasant surprise for the scaffolding team. While they thought they had 76 meters to build a long straightaway before the first jump, Tremblay and his team realize that they only have 72 meters, a significant difference that could cause problems for the skaters.
On pensait avoir beaucoup plus de distance pour que les gars finissent de descendre, puis après ça, qu'ils amorcent la remontée du pont 1. Puis on s'est rendu compte qu'une fois tout ça placé avec les pentes, ben, on avait un 12 pieds dans le fond qui n'existait pas, mais que sur le plan, on pensait qu'on allait avoir. Ça fait que vu que la distance est plus courte, ben, ils ont plus de vitesse, puis ils ont moins de temps de réaction.
Since the jump is closer to the starting slope, Guillaume Tremblay fears that the first descent will generate too much speed and the skaters will be propelled further than the inclined landing zone. To keep the track fluid, he decides to simply move the kicker further from the landing.
En reculant le saut, on augmente la distance à couvrir pour tout le temps qu'il tombe dans le sweet spot, là, si on veut, du landing, pour pas qu'il perde de vitesse. On veut que la piste soit le plus fluide possible. S'ils passent par-dessus tous les obstacles, ben, ça devient quasiment trop facile. Puis s'ils sont pas capables de franchir les obstacles non plus, ben, là, ça devient un show plate à regarder à la TV.
Spectators following the competition from the comfort of their living rooms won't be the only ones to enjoy the work of the live broadcast team. Gestev sets up a series of giant screens around the track to liven up the experience of the 100,000 spectators expected to attend. To ensure that the facilities are safe, engineer Carl-Eric Savarin pays a visit to Tremblay and his team.
On a des très grandes surfaces, puis ça devient comme une voile de bateau. Si on considère que les vents près du fleuve peuvent atteindre les 90-100 km/h, bien, on peut imaginer qu'une voile de bateau qui est à une vingtaine de mètres dans les airs, bien, ça peut basculer puis tomber. Donc là, c'est de voir s'assurer qu'on a assez de contrepoids pour des tours avec des écrans. Souvent, on prend des cas extrêmes. On considère des vitesses de vent qui vont peut-être arriver une fois par 100 ans. Là, mais on prend le pire cas pour être sûr qu'il n'y a pas de problème si le pire cas devait arriver.
The meet is a mere formality, and the two parties agree on a few minor adjustments. Savarin leaves satisfied, but will be back in a few days to certify that the track is solid before the ice is laid over top.
Ça fait déjà une couple d'années qu'on travaille avec ces gens-là, donc on a développé un peu des techniques de travail là, qui nous évitent d'avoir des embûches sur le terrain une fois que le parcours est construit. On a tellement un court laps de temps pour construire le parcours. Le but, c'est d'être le plus solide possible puis d'être capable de le monter le plus vite possible.
5 semaines de production pour faire en sorte d'arriver le 22 mars à avoir un spectacle télé d'1h30. En ce moment, c'est une production qui se déroule assez bien. J'ai pas décelé à date de raison de m'inquiéter.
Two weeks before the competition, track officials double their efforts to prepare the structure for the cooling mats that are set to arrive from Minnesota momentarily. A glycol system seems beside the point at minus 30 degrees in downtown Quebec City. But since the finals take place on March 22nd, this is a detail that can't be left to chance.
L'an passé, on a atteint un 17 degrés la journée de l'événement. C'est la raison pourquoi on met un système, ça nous assure un bon événement, une qualité de glace presque parfaite. Pas de glace, pas d'événement.
In charge of the ice, Patrick Couture is the North American rep for Austrian company AST, whose system is used at every leg of the championship. Upon his arrival, he and Martin Genois toured the track, where the team is almost finished setting up the floor and boards.
Dans les prochains jours, on va commencer la production de la glace. On ne fabrique pas la glace directement sur le sol. On ne veut pas avoir la chaleur du sol qui viendrait faire fondre le dessous de la glace. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on surélève la patinoire tout le long du parcours. La fondation de notre événement, c'est le plancher du parcours, sa surface et ses bandes.
Maintenant que la piste est déjà installée, ça devient plus facile de mesurer les sections et d'avoir une idée de la façon qu'on va placer les équipements.
Since the track is sloped, the pressure required for the coolant to flow properly could exceed the system's limits. To avoid this, AST splits the track into 4 120-meter sections. Each section is then subdivided into 2 60-meter parts, spread out on both sides of a central connector. Each connector is attached to its own refrigeration unit that includes a chiller, a pump, and a tank containing 3,000 liters of glycol. Before deploying his system, Couture has to wait for the team in charge of the track to set up the timing wire between the track floor and the cooling mats.
At the time trials, we have the race against the clock for all the qualifiers. We have a normal timing system in place, which you know from all the ski races. And at the finals, we are racing not against the clock, we are racing against each other. So it's a line camera with 4,000 lines per second. Shows us exactly which plate is the first over the finish line.
Now that the devices are connected to the timekeeper station, the cooling mats installation begins on the track. As AST's equipment arrives, so does the Austrian team specializing in ice making. In what has become a tradition over the last 8 years, they meet up with their colleagues from Quebec. Together, they have only a few days to prepare the track surface.
On retrouve ces gens-là ici à Québec, graduellement, les équipes d'Autrichiens qui s'occupent de la fabrication de la glace. On a la chance de se parler face à face.
Dans notre équipe, il y a des gens qui ne parlent que français. Eux, ils ont des gens qui ne parlent qu'allemand. Mais comme on n'a pas un mois pour s'habituer à un à l'autre, il faut être préparé à l'accueil de ces gens-là, puis tout de suite se mettre au travail puis d'établir des méthodes de fonctionnement. C'est des experts en leur matière. On se complète très bien.
Les Autrichiens s'affairent à finir les connexions avec le système de refroidissement. On fait les tests de pression pour s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas de fuite dans les tapis.
Newly arrived from Minnesota, where it was used for the second stage of the season, the system may have been damaged during disassembly when it was subjected to an extreme temperature change.
After the crash ice is done, we start melting the ice with boilers, and we take out the glycol, put them in a container again, and reuse it for the next event.
When blowing air through the tubes, the team discovers several leaks, and many repairs have to be made to ensure the mats are airtight.
We just cut the mats at the exact place where we have a leak, put in some plastic tubes, and close the hole again.
In only a few hours, the system is patched up and the glycol can flow through it again.
Le glycol, dans le fond, c'est un liquide qui ne gèle pas. C'est ce qu'on sert aussi dans les arénas. Tout ce qui est unité de réfrigération, c'est un liquide qui est capable d'aller jusqu'à moins 30 degrés Celsius, moins 40 degrés Celsius, sans devenir opaque, sans changer de texture. À partir du moment qu'il quitte l'unité de réfrigération, qui s'en va vers les tapis, jusqu'à son retour, ça prend 4 minutes, puis le système a fait le tour complet. Alors, c'est un système qui est quand même très rapide avec les pompes qu'on utilise. Les tuyaux sont directement dans la glace. Comparativement à un aréna standard, c'est qu'on va voir que les tuyaux sont dans une dalle de béton. L'inertie de la dalle de béton fait en sorte que ça peut prendre 4 heures à changer la température de la dalle de béton, ensuite aller refroidir la glace. Nous, avec notre système, lorsqu'on a une variation de température, spécialement à l'extérieur, en 4 minutes, on peut changer la température du glycol et on a un effet sur la patinoire instantanément.
Each of the 4 sections contains 28 kilometers of interconnected tubes in which the glycol makes a full circuit before returning to the refrigeration unit. As it cools the ice during its circuit, the glycol warms up. If its temperature varies by more than 3 degrees Celsius, technicians have to increase the liquid's flow to set things right.
On a une présence ici jour et nuit. Il faut s'assurer que le flot dans les tapis du glycol est parfait, qu'on a une bonne pression partout. Surveiller les unités de réfrigération pour être certain qu'ils nous donnent la bonne température. C'est du travail 24 heures sur 24.
After 5 days' work, Patrick Couture and his team finish installing the mats. Soon, they'll begin making the ice, whose weight will severely test the track structure.
On évalue entre 4 à 6 pouces d'épaisseur de glace. La glace qui va peser à peu près 800 kg au mètre cube. L'important, c'est de ne pas dépasser, dans le fond, la capacité des éléments porteurs. On a un contreplaqué. En dessous de notre contreplaqué, on a des madriers. Après ça, on a nos poutrelles à Numa, qui, eux autres, reportent sur le système Rosette, qui est tout le système d'échafaudage.
To certify that the structure complies with safety standards and ensure the quality of the ice, engineer Carl-Eric Severin inspects the track before the crucial step of spraying water.
On veut non seulement avoir une structure qui est rigide pour sa solidité, pour s'assurer qu'elle reste debout, mais en même temps qu'il n'y ait pas trop de flexion dans toutes nos membrures, puis que s'il y a de la flexion, la glace, elle va céder. Si ça commence à casser, ça risque d'être catastrophique. Il n'y aura plus de qualité de glace, les gars pourraient se blesser. À la verticale, des fois, la glace colle assez mal. Puis il faut imaginer qu'on va avoir au moins 4 gars qui vont descendre à des bonnes vitesses, peut-être en peloton rapproché. Il y a des sauts, il y a des impacts. C'est surtout ça qui est difficile à analyser. On ajoute au pire charge qu'on sait qu'il va y avoir sur la piste un facteur de sécurité de 4 pour 1. Je prends le pire cas, je le multiplie par 4, puis je m'assure que ça tient encore.
With the safety of the skaters and the many spectators on the line, Severin goes over the track with a fine-tooth comb. And as he expected, the tallest part of the structure causes the most problems.
L'élément le plus complexe de la structure cette année, c'est la rampe de départ. À cause de la taille de l'échafaudage, à cause qu'il y avait des contraintes de l'espace, justement, à cause de la fontaine, on été obligés de construire ça de façon un peu spéciale. C'est pas l'idéal. On a des madriers de bois qui sont appuyés à 10 pieds de distance. On trouve ça un peu long, on a peur que le madrier plie. C'est du bois un peu plus standard qui a été utilisé. On peut pas confirmer vraiment les capacités de ce bois-là. On peut pas assumer qu'il est de très bonne qualité.
To leave nothing to chance, the engineer orders the team to reinforce the start module. A minor modification that fortunately won't delay the irreversible process of ice making 7 days before the first run.
There's one big difference to all the track designs which I did in the past, you know. Snow, dirt, you can always reshape after the first try of an obstacle. And in ice, you're done, you know. You're standing on the scaffolding and you have to judge, does it work or not, or yes, or And then you have to say, okay, that's it, this will work. And if it works, good. If not, bad luck.
Il nous reste environ une semaine avant la journée clé. On commence la glace aujourd'hui. En dedans de 4 jours, on a une glace qu'on peut patiner de haut en bas. Et puis après ça, c'est la finition de la glace qui va entrer en ligne de compte. Alors il faut que ça sorte, il faut finir à temps.
With the athletes set to arrive soon, the ice needs to be made quickly. While the refrigeration system helps accelerate this step of the production, there's nothing it can do about the almost daily snowfall in Quebec City during this pivotal week.
La neige sur la glace, lorsqu'on est en période d'arrosage, il faut arrêter parce que la neige, ça fait de l'air dans la glace. Lorsque les riders vont arriver, ça va faire une glace qu'on va voir chipper parce qu'elle a été gelée par couche avec des couches d'air entre chaque layer. Il faut entrer plus de personnel pour déblayer la glace, ensuite commencer à arroser avec le moins de neige possible restant sur la patinoire.
ice cross downhill can easily resemble skiing, yet snow and ice are quite different surfaces. And since skates cause much more damage than skis, the crashed ice course requires much more upkeep than a groomed slope.
The ice is more tricky than snow, that's for sure. Ice is really like skin. You always have to maintain it 100% perfect. And only when the ice is nice, it's safe as well.
On va avoir 500 riders par jour qui vont descendre, tourner aux mêmes endroits. On n'a pas le droit à l'erreur.
So as not to miss any opportunities for ice making, the team works 24/7 to finish the track. During the night, temperatures drop below -20, sometimes even -30, which leads to a whole new set of problems.
To spray water at -20 degrees is always difficult. The hoses get frozen, everything gets frozen. The motivation is going down in the night shifts for the guys. Everybody's impressed about how the Canadians can handle and treat it, you know.
C'est un événement qui est extrême pour le travail de glace. Et on a atteint du -30. Une des pompes qui a arrêté de fonctionner. La ligne d'eau, elle a gelé assez rapidement. On a dû démonter toute la ligne d'eau qui avait été installée, la remettre au chaud, attendre que le conduit se dégèle, qu'il vienne peu, ensuite la réinstaller, puis repartir la machine. Alors, on a vraiment perdu une bonne journée d'arrosage. C'est des choses qui arrivent, puis la force de cette équipe-là, c'est à quelle vitesse on réagit, on trouve des solutions. C'est passionnant de travailler avec des gens comme ça.
Sans vouloir entrer dans les clichés, c'est vraiment un travail d'équipe. Pour construire une piste comme celle-là, il y a des corps de métier qui habituellement ne se côtoient pas. Un frigoriste, habituellement, ça ne côtoie pas un éclairagiste. Du menuisier au pelleteur de neige à l'opérateur de machinerie, on est réunis à penser à faire une piste glacée de 500 mètres.
Of all these unorthodox work partnerships, the one between ice makers and electricians is the most explosive by a long shot. Building the ice requires 276,000 liters of water, and all around, there are a ton of electrical circuits supplying the track builders tools and the equipment used to stage the event.
Hey, salut Gaston, c'est Eric.
To ensure the safety of workers and the soon-to-arrive spectators, Chief Electrician Eric Lagat and his team are constantly on the alert.
S'il y a des petites fuites sur des hausses, des choses comme ça, des fois ça tombe pas loin de nos alimentations électriques. Eau et électricité, ça va pas très bien ensemble. Fait que s'il y a des zones qui sont problématiques, on règle le problème au fur et à mesure pour être sûr qu'il n'y arrive pas d'accident. On peut pas jouer avec la vie des gens, on s'entend. On parle d'environ 3600 ampères en 600 volts triphasés là, pour alimenter le réseau complet.
To make sure the network can support the load it will be subjected to on the night of the event, Lagat and his group test it by simultaneously setting every system and electrical device as high as it can go. The loudspeakers thrum, the ice hardens, and the lights illuminate the upper town. 4 days away from the finals, the surface glitters in the light, and the team admires the beauty of the track it has just finished building. But since not one skater has tried it yet, nothing is guaranteed. And the next few days will tell whether the grand finale will be electrifying as can be. After a month of work, the production team finally sees the light at the end of the tunnel when the athletes arrive in Quebec City. Since the ice makes it hard, if not impossible, to make any changes, the workers cross their mittened fingers that everything will work out. Under the watchful eyes of the athletes, checking the course for the first time, Christian Papillon and his colleague Oliver Debbie take the first plunge to ensure the track is safe. Recently back from Moscow, host of the previous stage in the championship, the track designer gets ready to see whether the local team has done a good job in his absence.
J'étais parti presque 10 jours, en fait, durant la production. J'avais hâte de revenir et de voir le travail qui avait été fait. Évidemment, on a toujours une crainte de ce qu'on construit, puis est-ce que ce sera patinable, est-ce que ce sera en course aussi sécuritaire pour les compétiteurs.
I really do think that this transition here and transition down there are totally different than the left side.
Des fois où les obstacles sont différents à patiner de ce qu'on voulait créer, ce qui donne des fois des obstacles très excitants, ou d'autres qui font absolument pas ce qu'on s'attendait, mais que bon, ils sont patinables quand même, sécuritaires, fait que on y va avec ça.
Super strange, this kicker. You don't see the transition really.
It would be worse the more in depth, the more. Ah, with this, no? Il n'y a pas de science exacte, en fait. Une des raisons pourquoi je continue à patiner chacune des pistes aussi, c'est de garder le feeling des pistes, de ce qui a été dessiné, basé sur les mesures qu'on avait, puis comment ça réagit, comment j'ai le feeling de l'intérieur de la piste. Puis on a une meilleure idée aussi de la vitesse, puis des angles et des hauteurs, des distances.
After a few cautious tests, Papillon and Debbie go all out, racing through the 500 meters leading to Place du Ville. The two skaters speed through the obstacles, but at the end of their run, they notice the poor quality of the ice near the finish line.
But I'm afraid about the line, actually. If this is melting in the ground, then we broke ankle and go head first.
The finish area, where the AST refrigeration system meets the Place du Ville rink system, continues to torment the production team, who had to rethink the logistics around the schedule of the famous public skating rink.
Notre plan, c'était de carrément faire fondre la patinoire à Diouville et puis continuer notre patinoire sur le béton de façon à contrôler de A à Z, du départ à l'arrivée, la qualité de la production de la glace. On s'est rendu compte que dans les délais de fabrication du parcours, comme la patinoire ne pouvait pas fermer avant le 10 mars, on ne peut pas prendre le risque d'attendre que la glace fonde et qu'on puisse nettoyer le site. Donc, on a pris la décision d'arrêter notre production à nous, de dérouler nos tapis à la limite de la patinoire Diouville et de finir le parcours sur la patinoire Diouville en tant que telle.
At the bottom of the track, Christian Papillon shares his first impressions with ice supervisor Patrick Couture.
Avant le step down, t'as les overlaps des tapis, là. C'est la guerre, là. Si tu fais un topic là, tu pars ta première dans la...
Christian, il est toujours le premier à descendre la piste. Il est le premier à l'essayer, c'est le professionnel, c'est lui qui connaît comment les riders vont se sentir lorsqu'ils vont essayer la piste. Son expérience en tant que rider est tellement importante.
Dans Port-Kent, toutes les vagues, les millions de vagues là, tu peux pas contrôler vraiment. On l'a descendu en breakant comme ça, puis on cotait des edges.
C'est un problème de glace plus.
C'est, ouais, faut shaper la glace.
One thing which is really unique to crash ties is that the surface which you want to achieve in the ice, you have to build 100% out of wood, steel, dirt or whatever. And afterwards you see every single bump, every half-inch difference in the structure you can see in the surface. And this can be, the killer for the race or the good thing for the race.
Even though the ice isn't perfect in some areas, the structure doesn't cause any major problems. But since there's always room for improvement, Papillon suggests playing with the ice level to optimize the track's curves and transitions.
Est-ce qu'on peut shaver la glace un petit peu plus? Ici, on aurait besoin d'épaissir la glace. La curve ici est peut-être un petit peu trop directe. Alors, on joue avec le niveau de la glace, l'épaisseur de la glace du mieux qu'on peut. On essaie de faire les petits ajustements.
While adjusting the ice level can be a solution to the structure's problems, it can also have side effects on the sliding surface.
Si la glace est trop épaisse, la problématique qu'on va voir, c'est que le système, pour aller refroidir le dessus de la glace, le contact est beaucoup plus loin. Alors pour nous autres, le soleil va avoir un effet beaucoup plus rapide sur la glace. D'un autre côté, si notre glace est trop mince, on a tellement de riders qui vont tourner aux mêmes endroits, qui vont faire des dépassements aux mêmes places, qui vont atterrir suite au saut au même endroit. Nos systèmes ne sont pas recouverts dans une dalle de béton. Alors, c'est très important pour nous qu'on ne se rende pas jusqu'au système de glace pour avoir une fuite de glycol là, sur la glace.
Despite the problems it could lead to, Patrick Couture and his team start tweaking the ice levels, hoping to improve the track in time for the first trials. In the athletes' room, the atmosphere is tense as the first run approaches. The Crashed Ice official skate sharpener, Matthew Latour, is on the front lines helping the skaters get ready, and he'll follow them through every stage of the championship. Benefiting from the presence of world-class athletes and taking advantage of the testing ground at his disposal, the blade expert works to develop ice-cross downhill technology.
On a travaillé conjointement avec Christian Papillon pour développer des aciers pour faciliter, autrement dit, la stabilité et la glisse. C'est vraiment la shape parfaite pour le Ice Cross Downhill.
Ice cross blades, while affixed to traditional hockey skates, are more akin to ones used in bandy, a Scandinavian variation on hockey played on a skating rink the size of a soccer field.
Au lieu d'avoir la forme de berceau, on se trouve à être bien à plat sur la glace. On a une portée d'acier plus longue, ce qui va favoriser l'effet de glisse de la descente. On peut faire le parallèle facilement avec les skis. On a aussi le talon qui est de forme carrée au lieu d'être arrondi. Autrement dit, un effet de ballon pour aider le joueur à tenir sur ses jambes et non pas tomber sur les fesses pendant la descente. Puis les bouts des lames sont légèrement arrondis pour ne pas que ça soit accrochant parce que les joueurs, ils font des sauts. Alors, il ne faut pas que le devant de la lame accroche dans la glace. Le grand gagnant du Ice Cross Downhill, c'est toujours celui qui va rester debout jusqu'au bout. Alors, c'est pas toujours le plus rapide, mais c'est souvent celui qui a une meilleure stabilité sur la patinoire qui va remporter.
Made of a stainless steel alloy, similar to the one used for hockey blades, the butterfly blades owe their name to Christian Papillon and their black finish to a carbon coating.
Le carbon coating donne une rigidité supplémentaire aux aciers, puis en plus, il réduit la friction entre les aciers et la glace. Pas toujours par rapport au feedback des riders. On fait le tour de la planète avec eux pour chaque événement. Alors, on tente de faire évoluer le sport à notre manière.
Among the 64 skaters who will partake in the grand finale, most are regulars on the international circuit. The rest are invited Canadian athletes who have to go through qualification rounds. Since they have little or no experience on a track like this, the trials about to start could be tough going.
Je veux pousser la limite des meilleurs riders au monde, mais en même temps, il faut que je considère qu'on a des recrues aussi dans la piste qui vont tenter de se qualifier dans les premiers jours de compétition. Donc, il faut que la piste soit patinable pour tous les types de compétiteurs.
While some newcomers have trouble adapting to the simple act of skating downhill, the regulars appreciate the track's subtleties.
La piste est très belle, très technique. Il faut que tu patines pas mal entre les sauts. C'est très difficile.
You got to really control yourself, not do anything dumb, be very precise in all your movements. There's just so many jumps and little features that you got to be quick feet, be prepared for anything. It really took it up to another level.
For me, there's no hard parts here. That's what we do. They built this $1 million track for us. It's unreal.
All season long we heard these rumors, Quebec, it's a new location and it will be not as good. But when we came here, 100% opposite of that, and I'm very, very happy to be here because the course is so great.
While Marco Delago and the other international athletes are enjoying the trials, the amateurs are worried. The most intimidating obstacle, covered over while the athletes get used to the track, will now be unveiled. Located on the final straightaway, this 3-meter gap is unforgiving. Anyone who falls in it will not finish the race.
I want to get a report afterwards if somebody does somehow into this hole.
According to Papillon's calculations, the skater's peak speed, which he estimated at 60 kilometers an hour, is more than enough to get over the obstacle.
Auparavant, on a une grande ligne droite, une soixantaine de mètres là, qui nous amène vers le saut comme tel, qui est en pente, donc qui va procurer la vitesse aux compétiteurs. Évidemment, ça reste un défi. Il faut se commettre, il faut le faire. Il n'y a pas d'autre façon de passer à travers.
A first in crashed ice history, the obstacle has everyone talking, especially the women competitors. Since the Quebec City stage is the only one with a women's category, the female skaters have less experience than their male counterparts.
Ça m'inquiète un peu, je ne l'ai pas clairé encore. Sauf si que je vois qu'il n'y a pas d'affaire de sécurité là, I guess il va falloir que je le saute. Make you or break you, comme qu'ils disent.
Pour tous les obstacles que je vais apporter dans une piste, il y a toujours des sceptiques, mais en même temps, je pense que c'est bon de se faire challenger.
Christian Papillon doesn't know how right he is. At an overview meeting the day before the finals, discussions shift to an ice problem, and Papillon is under fire.
How's the track looking? We had some problems with the ice, from what I understood. At the exit of this kicker, we have this chunk of ice always breaking out. I'm still convinced that it won't happen tomorrow.
The sports director hopes that the hardened competitors who will take part in the final will fly over the kicker with the crumbling corner, a problem he mainly attributes to the slow speed of the novice skaters, who have already left. To confirm his theory and to take one last look at the rest of the track, Papillon laces up for the last time of the season. On the track, he enjoys a final moment of solitude before the site is filled with the 100,000 spectators expected for the event.
Cet événement-là est considéré comme le Monaco de la F1 dans notre sport. C'est un endroit pour faire son nom, pour faire sa marque. Puis c'est pour ça que tout le monde travaille, en fait.
March 22nd, 2014, the third day of spring, will soon go down in crashed ice history. The championship is still up for grabs in this last stage of the season, and in just a few hours, a new champion will be crowned. To carve his name in the history of the sport, the winner will have to overcome the obstacles that the production team put in his path and skate down the 500 meters of ice leading to the finish line. To pave his way to victory, Patrick Couture and his group repair the sliding surface on which the inexperienced skaters have left their mark before being eliminated. After his team makes expert repairs, the modules are back to their original shape and should hold out until the 2014 champion raises the coveted trophy. The final evening race should also get the backing of Mother Nature, who's currently rewarding the team with the perfect temperature for its work.
On essaie d'avoir une température de glace à moins 6 degrés Celsius. C'est la température idéale pour le patin. Nous, par contre, notre système fonctionne seulement lorsque la température ambiante est au-delà de moins 6 degrés Celsius. Alors pour nous, c'est plus facile de contrôler la température de la glace lorsqu'il fait chaud que lorsqu'on a une température qui est sous les températures de moins 6 degrés Celsius. Là, à partir de là, c'est la température ambiante à l'extérieur qui contrôle la température de la glace. Malgré ce que le monde pense, souvent ils nous disent « Ah, vous êtes chanceux, il fait froid, vous allez avoir une bonne glace ». Mais malheureusement, lorsqu'on obtient une température de glace qui est moins 10, moins 15, moins 20, la glace, elle cherche à craquer, à casser. Par contre, si elle est trop molle, à moins 3, moins 2, ça va être très difficile de patiner, ça va être plus demandant physiquement. C'est difficile d'obtenir un moins 6 uniforme partout, mais c'est l'objectif.
Along with the feats of Patrick Couture and his system, the skaters also benefit from Matthew Latour's know-how to minimize the impact of the weather on their performance.
À l'aide d'un thermomètre électronique, nous, on prend la température de la glace environ à chaque heure pendant la compétition. Puis à partir de là, nous, on fait toujours la suggestion pour offrir la coupe parfaite pour cette descente-là. Ce qu'on veut, c'est optimiser la glisse et la rapidité lors de la descente. Ça va toujours être un affûtage qui est moins profond qu'un affûtage pour le hockey.
Even though Latour does his best to minimize the friction between the blades and the sliding surface, the ice has still undergone over 1,000 runs in 2 days. To optimize upkeep on this last day, Patrick Couture and his team use hot water to resurface the ice.
Ici, avec toutes les côtes, les marches, les aspects techniques de la patinoire, c'est impensable de faire venir une Zamboni. Alors, l'eau chaude, à la fin, c'est un peu comme notre Zamboni. L'eau va s'étendre un petit peu plus, ça va faire sortir l'air de la glace. Ça fait une surface qui est lisse, qui est plus uniforme que si on arrose avec de l'eau froide.
The ice is perfect, and the racers are raring to go, while thousands of spectators start flocking to the site. Hundreds of workers prepare for the start of the grand finale.
Il y a à peu près 250 radios pour les équipes techniques, puis un autre 250 pour les bénévoles et la sécurité autour de l'événement. Donc, ça fait beaucoup de monde qui doivent interagir au même moment, au même lieu. Des ingénieurs sont engagés pour scanner les fréquences, déterminer lesquelles sont bonnes. On fait les tests et le soir de l'événement, il se rajoute tellement d'intervenants dernière minute que fréquemment, on fait face à des problèmes de diffusion. On peut pas dire « Ah ben, on n'est pas prêt, on reprend ça demain. » À 7h30, la diffusion en direct commence. Il faut que tout le monde soit prêt en même temps.
La glace est parfaite ce soir. La piste est vraiment magnifique ici. On a eu une excellente saison. Vraiment content de comment ça se termine. Moi, j'ai appris beaucoup de l'évolution des riders. Je pense que les riders aussi ont appris beaucoup de l'évolution des pistes. Mais vraiment, ici, la finale de Québec, tout s'est bien déroulé. Pour les gens, c'est quelques heures seulement de festivités. Pour nous, puis pour l'équipe aussi sur le terrain, c'est des centaines d'hommes, des centaines d'heures. Le travail ici qui a été accompli de main de maître par l'équipe internationale, l'équipe canadienne, puis aussi l'agence locale ici. Puis beau spectacle, belle course. Tout est parfait.
After a 3-year hiatus, the world's fastest motorsport series returns to put the best race pilots on the planet to the ultimate test once again. Kicking off in spectacular style in Abu Dhabi, the Red Bull Air Race doesn't take place on a paved course, but over the Persian Gulf at 370 kilometers an hour between inflatable 8-story pylons. For 3 days of flying, 75 workers spend 2 weeks putting up the racetrack and other constructions bound to be dismantled when the race is over. Whether it's the control tower, the airplane hangars, or the temporary runway, the air race facilities not only require a lot of work, but also extremely specialized know-how. Thanks to the experts behind the scenes, 12 fearless pilots will tear up the sky to get a shot at the world title. Get ready for takeoff. This is Extreme Science. Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, is hosting the Red Bull Air Race for a record 7th time since the championship was founded in 2005. Located an hour from Dubai, this metropolis of close to 1 million inhabitants provides the perfect conditions to enjoy the show from Corniche Beach. In a fantastic setting where historic monuments mingle with ultra-modern skyscrapers, the aviation elite unites for a weekend to crown the fastest pilot in the world. Two weeks before the event, operations begin in Abu Dhabi. The work takes place on 3 separate sites, including the main enclosure, home to the production offices, the media area, the main control tower, and the aquatic operations headquarters. 5 kilometers away is Mina Zayed, a port which oil tankers and fishing boats will soon have to share with single-engine race planes. These planes will be housed in hangars set up near a temporary runway. Elsewhere in the port, the aquatic operations team assemble the air gates. Arriving in pieces, these floating barges will be transported by water to the track once they're assembled. Head of production, Jacob Gehlhofer, handles every step of the construction, and the tight schedule leaves him little room for surprises. The task is even more colossal after an over 3-year hiatus.
I'm head of production, being the first man here and probably the last one who leaves. The old air race was something really special, but now we go back to the sporty roots, make a proper sport event out of it, but keeping also budget in mind.
An icon of the air race, the main control tower will make its final lap before being retired for good. The 5-story, 27-meter structure will soon house for the very last time the race headquarters, the security dispatch, and the video center.
This was something really iconic from the past, and the city of Abu Dhabi asked for it, so we brought it here, use it probably for the last time. In most locations, we will have existing structures like the racetracks in US, where we have perfect race control rooms. In the end, it shouldn't be iconic, it should be practical.
Transported by sea in containers, the structure's components are assembled by veterans who know the tower inside out. The 4 of them have only 3 days to finish this giant 3D puzzle made up of thousands of pieces. At the other end of the main enclosure, another team begins setting up the track under the supervision of Marco Van Es. They position the anchors that will keep the air gates firmly in place.
Tony, I don't hold unless I have to. Okay.
14 days before the Red Bull Air Race, we start with placing buoys and anchors in the racetrack.
Here in Abu Dhabi, we use, for example, 39 anchors of 500 kilos with 150 meters of anchor lines. It's calculated which winds we expect and the weather conditions in the racetrack.
The anchor is first set down at the spot shown on the track plan, then attached with a steel cable to a temporary buoy that shows the future location of each air gate. At Zayed Port, other aquatic operations team members have a week to assemble the barges that will soon be moved to the track. This team, however, is already running late due to the high winds preventing the crane from putting the barges in the water. 25 meters long by 12 meters wide, 5 of these barges will each support 2 pylons. 4 other smaller barges will each support 1 pylon. The team starts by assembling the structure of each barge, which they then place over giant floats. Previously used by the Army, these floats transported tanks across rivers. With little space available on the wharf, the workers soon won't have room to put together any more barges. To free up space, the ones already assembled will have to be put in the water. Fortunately, the winds die down, and a few hours later, the crane can finally begin its work. But the team isn't out of the woods yet. The blowers and pylons that are supposed to be on the barges haven't yet arrived in Abu Dhabi, and the air gates are put in the water before they're even finished. For Holger Lepridge, the man in charge of the air gates, that poses a real puzzle.
Right now we have a problem. We have to work something out because one container is missing. The ship is late and it's arriving in the next 2 or 3 days. Our operations are planned months before, and we make a workflow, a rundown. Sometimes things happen like a container is delayed or something, and then we have to change the plan. In the end, it will be that we have some nights to work through just to get all the air gates done in time.
While work picks up on the Corniche, the 12 pilots taking part in the championship are at the Ras Al Khaimah Airport, located at the northern edge of the United Arab Emirates. To help the pilots hone their reflexes, Red Bull sets up a training camp on a test track closely similar to the one in Abu Dhabi.
One of the challenges we face is track time. A track is such a monumental thing to set up. The pylons, the men and equipment to operate it, that we don't have tracks just sitting at home in our backyards. Of course, we fly the airplane ahead of time, but there's no substitute of just actually being in the track itself.
A few weeks before the race, Canadian pilot Pete McLeod gets ready in London, Ontario, in conditions that are far removed from those in Abu Dhabi. With the Red Bull Air Race's return, McLeod now has a new team in place, unfamiliar with the competitive circuit, making his last flight days in Canada all the more important.
It's January here in London. Today's going to be a cold one. It's minus 14. It's snowing one minute, sunny the next minute, so I'm just not sure what's going to happen. We start every day by saying, okay, we want to be ready to fly today. Well, you show up and the weather's bad, you take the plane apart, work on something, and then maybe race to put it back together to try to take advantage of the weather window and take it apart again and put it back together and take it apart. So that cycle goes on and on. I think I should maybe get like a head start or something in the race for getting ready in Canada. Be a big change environmentally going from Canada to Abu Dhabi. The last time we were in Abu Dhabi, you could lose 2 or 3 pounds in 15 minutes of being in the racetrack. The airplane, we just don't know how it's going to perform in those temperatures, and if the settings that are working for us here in Canada will even work at all.
The 6-cylinder standardized engines used by all pilots are cooled only by the air flowing through the cowling. But since London's cold air is naturally more cooling than the air in Abu Dhabi, the engine tests performed by McLeod and his team verge on pure speculation.
If we weren't racing, it wouldn't be a problem. But because we're racing, we want to minimize the amount of air that we let in and out of the cowling, because the less air we allow in to cool the motor, the less drag we're putting on the airplane. And then we do that with changing the inlets and outlets of the cowling. Right now we're testing that in temperatures well below 0, and it's working. It's working great, you know, perfect. So no problems with over-temping the motor. We could get to Abu Dhabi and find out that our temperatures are going too high because we're not cooling it enough, and this could be a big problem for us. The period immediately before the race in Abu Dhabi will be extremely valuable. It's been 3 years since we've been at a race, and I'm ready to get back in the track. You know, I think I've got a great airplane and a great crew, and I want to continue on my quest to become world champion.
Back in Abu Dhabi, 10 days from the big takeoff, workers join forces to continue installing the barges on the track.
Tony, gaat goed? Okay, Sean, everything okay?
Sean, you okay?
Okay. The head of aviation is making the track plan. He's giving us GPS coordinates of the track. With the laptop, with internal GPS, we see ourselves in the track. So we can go with a boat exactly to the spot where we want to be, so we can connect the buoys and the wires.
To solidify the barges, the team has to take into account the tides as well as wind gusts, because once they're up, the 25-meter pylons have a large surface area for the wind to catch. Not only do the floats support the weight of the barge, but their buoyancy capacity also allows to tighten the cables that hold the structure firmly in place.
I've seen on this calibration point now that we are 7 meters out of position. We have to move 7 meters in that direction.
Every morning at 8 o'clock, we will be on the gate to recheck the position exactly. In the beginning of the air race, it was a little bit different. Sometimes the gates were moving, and it was for one pilot easier than for the other one, and it should not be so. Nowadays, everything is perfectly in position the whole race.
On the main site, the control tower assembly is running smoothly. But a problem arises upon delivery of the 4 concrete blocks that the tower will be attached to. According to the formulas used to calculate the weight of concrete, the blocks are too small to safely hold up the tower.
We have to know the weight. It has to be at least 7.5 tons. I have to take the crane and take some measurements.
To Jakob and his team's great relief, the blocks are over the minimum weight and do meet safety criteria. The tower's assembly can go ahead. The tower's top story is assembled separately. It has to be perched on top of the structure using a crane.
This is a big challenge for crane driver, taking the complete top of the tower up, and it's just millimeters to fit it into the connectors.
Over 30 meters in the air, strong winds make the heavy structure sway back and forth. But the crane operator pulls off the maneuver, and the team makes the last adjustments to allow the installation of the impressive array of electronic equipment.
The cranes did a good job. This was perfectly done. The people are now finishing the branding of the tower. I expect that we can move in tomorrow in the morning.
In Abu Dhabi, the production team works non-stop 7 days before the Red Bull Air Race. Although it's February, the sun beats down on the team installing the floating barges, and the temperature rises inside the control tower. The workers have to not only deal with the heat, but also work longer and longer days in the run-up to the event.
Kan je pakken gelijk die volgende?
At Zayed Port, the team prepares the area for the pilots, who will soon arrive in the capital.
In a couple days, we'll fly the airplane from RAC to Abu Dhabi and land at the temporary runway. The whole racetrack's being set up as we speak. Our own private runway is being created, and our hangars are being assembled. It's kind of cool that they create all this just for us to do what we love.
We have to understand that this is the top level in aviation. Some of them are acting like princesses, so they need a red carpet. Others are totally practical and will support you in your work, but in general, it's nothing we cannot solve. The difference between a pilot and God? God doesn't believe he's a pilot.
Whether they're gods or not, the pilots have no control over the thick fog paralyzing the country's 3 main airports, including the one in Abu Dhabi 6 days before the race. Even though it's their 7th competition here, air race officials have never seen anything like it.
It was crazy. There was 50 airplanes trying to figure out where they should divert to, so we shut everything down. Fog is very, very rare here in the UAE. It happens a couple times a year when the seasons change, and the weathermen do not forecast it being an issue for us at all in Abu Dhabi.
Despite what race director Jim DeMatteo says, the fog is worrisome, as is the progress of the course's construction. The blowers and pylons have yet to arrive, and the organizers start to fear the worst.
We lost 1 container during transport. This is the container where the pylons were in, and we don't own a 2nd set.
Unable to finish the air gates installation, the team carries out a number of secondary tasks. Still, the situation gets more problematic with each passing hour.
Due to the late arrival of the containers, we have to do some works right now, which we're supposed to do later, because now we are waiting for them.
But just as the team starts to lose hope, the missing container finally turns up in the air gate assembly area.
Could you just help us that they are not falling into the water? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Next one.
The team members barely have time to breathe a sigh of relief before they have to transport the equipment to the track.
We had to bring all the material by hand in the hot sun. It's heavy material. A blower is about 110 kilograms, but we have to handle it.
On the main site, the tower is ready to house the electronic equipment that will be used in the race control room and the video center. In addition to providing a spectacular view of the track, the tower is equipped with high-tech, top-of-the-line video equipment, allowing race officials to review the action from every possible angle.
You could compare it with the Formula 1 setup. In fact, it's a race control like you use for every motorsport race, and so the difference is that you have to go up 4 levels of stairs.
With planes racing around in every direction, several antennas are set up to guarantee a continuous signal between race headquarters and the single-seaters, each connected to the tower by 5 radio transmission channels. Whether for communicating with the pilot, receiving a video signal, or transmitting telemetric data, the radio transmissions between the tower and the planes are paramount to ensure the success of the event. With the planes arriving imminently, the workload is enormous, and the schedule leaves no room for surprises.
We have, including some buffer, not more than 1 day in total.
And since the race is back after a long hiatus, the trunks containing the parts can be real surprise packages.
Packing 1 container with a tower 1 year ago means that you never know if you did any mistake. And come here, and if something is missing, it could be a big challenge.
The next morning, the pilots finally arrive at the temporary runway in their race planes. Right off the bat, they must put their skills to the test to land in the middle of Zayed Port.
While we're here in Abu Dhabi, our runway is actually a boat wharf. On one side is the water, On the other side is a row of steel light posts. We're only a fraction of a second away from things going very, very badly very quickly.
Aside from the obstacles surrounding it, the temporary runway is also dangerously short. At only 500 meters long, it's the antithesis of traditional runways, where Boeing 747s take up to 3,000 meters to land.
These planes are very clean and slippery, and if you come in just 5 knots, 10 kilometers an hour too fast, the plane can float above the runway, and the whole time it's floating, you're using up the available distance to go, and it's not until you get the wheels on the ground and you start braking.
Now that the training camp is over, the teams prepare for the big race. They'll spend the next few days getting the hang of the real track and making last-minute adjustments to their planes. While similar at first glance, 3 types of planes are in competition: the Zivco Edge 540, the MXS, and the Corvus Racer. With most of them being aerobatic pilots, 11 out of the 12 competitors prefer the familiarity of an aerobatic plane that they tune specifically for the air race. Nicholas Ivanov opts for the versatility of the most popular plane in the championship.
Je vole sur un Edge 540 qu'on a transformé d'un avion de voltige en avion de course. On a juste modifié les capots, les carénages, le cockpit plus aérodynamique. Avec un fuselage en tube, on a pu après faire une peau tout autour de la structure en tube qui était plus affinée, ce qui j'espère nous donne un peu plus de vitesse.
According to Ivanov, his plane gives him an edge over his rivals who prefer the MXS, the other aerobatic plane in the championship.
Le MX, c'est un avion tout en carbone. On ne peut pas modifier les capots, le fuselage, donc on ne peut pas modifier grand-chose.
But to former fighter pilot Matt Hall, carbon is actually an advantage.
I chose the MXS myself because I've been involved with carbon fibre in my full military career for 18 years flying jet fighters, and I'm just used to how the carbon fibre is used and works and how strong it is. It's also a safety side of things that if something does go wrong, you want the strongest structure around you. I actually did have an incident at the Windsor race where I touched the surface of the Detroit River, and this aircraft effectively saved my life. It held together under quite a violent impact, and I was able to fly it out of the river and land back at the airfield. Unless we got the opportunity to fly each particular plane in exactly the same parameters, it's hard to know exactly which one's going to be better than the other. That said, I do believe as the race redevelops and the sponsors come on board and the budgets get bigger, people will start doing just like Formula One, wind tunnel testing and modelling to come up with the ideal aircraft, and it'll be a scratch-built race aircraft, similar to what Corvus is trying to do.
Rather than modifying an aerobatics plane like the other pilots, Hungarian Peter Beshenye teamed up with a Hungarian company to design a model tailor-made for the air race.
This airplane has not been built for aerobatic. This plane has been designed and developed especially for air racing. The aerodynamic, the shape, the wings has been modified for the fast straight lines and very fast moves.
At the very beginning, when I started to test the plane, it was not as good as now. Of course, it was a prototype. I fly, I give them the feedback, fly again, test, not good, good, good direction, not good direction. It's a lot of work.
While the pilots get a handle on their new environment, the aquatic operations team is still out on the water installing pylons, a job they started the day before.
Odin, bereit zum Inflaten? We have over here all in all 14 pylons. Normally to inflate it takes us about 1 minute, but right now we had to do it for the first time, and that can take up to an hour per pylon. Pylon up in 3, 2, 1, go. Und Zug. Und Zug. Und Zug.
As they're being installed, the pylons are adjusted using belts until they're in the perfect position. Each pylon is equipped with a blower that maintains air pressure and a security device linked to the control tower. Monitored by computer, the pylon's pressure is relayed to the aquatic operations station. If the pressure is low, an indicator light goes on and a team is immediately dispatched to the site for inspection. Each pylon is made up of 9 different sections. The closer a section is to the ground, the more rigid its material is, so that it can resist the pressure generated by the blower. Since the pressure is lower up top, the upper sections are made of an ultra-light material, 40% lighter than paper. The fabric, which tears at the slightest contact, is similar to sailboat fabric and allows the pilots to graze the air gates without danger. The pylons of the double gates are conical but not symmetrical. They have a straight side and a sloping side. To create a perfectly rectangular flight window, the sloping side is placed on the outside. The window, 14 meters wide, leaves little room to maneuver.
It's all about the quickest line. So we'll take the gates on quite a steep angle. Imagine 2 pylons like this, and as you move them like this, they get narrower. Well, that's the space that the plane has to go between.
Either vertically or horizontally, a plane that strays out of the flight window is disqualified. While the width of the flight window is clear, its 10-meter height, marked out by 2 yellow bands, requires the judges to keep an eye out, especially in the part of the course known as the chicane. To allow the judges to follow the action in every possible angle, live and in replay, technicians install and test the complex electronic equipment. A pilot flies through the track aboard a plane equipped with an array of telemetry gear. This includes an accelerometer, which plays a crucial role since speeds higher than 370 kilometers an hour will lead to immediate disqualification. Making a flying start, the pilots use a long approach corridor to enter the track just under the speed limit. The stopwatch is triggered automatically at the exact moment the plane's nose passes the first air gate.
It's very important to have a nice, good run-in between basically 355 and 365. It's perfect to see 370. It's playing dangerous, but hey, it's racing.
Along with measuring speed, the accelerometer calculates gravitational force, better known as G-force. While a roller coaster reaches a force of 3G and a Formula One racer can spike to 5G, an air race plane can easily reach up to 10G, by far the highest of any sports competition. To spare the planes and their pilots, for whom G-force is genuinely dangerous, race officials impose a maximum of 10G under penalty of disqualification.
When you're flying level, not turning, you're at 1G, just like when I'm sitting here right now. It's 1 times the force of gravity. And when I first come into a turn, if it's a hard turn, I can be pulling 10G just instantaneously.
To prevent pilots from going over it, race officials equip planes with a display screen, as well as an auditory aid. The higher the G-force, the sharper the audio signal's pitch. These tools could come in very useful in less extreme circumstances.
It has to be muscle memory. There's no way to react to the meter. By the time you already saw that it was too high, it's over. It's not something that builds up and you're watching and okay, 9.5, I'll just hold it there.
While the air race single-seaters can technically withstand up to 20G, for the pilots, the limit isn't clear-cut. And even though 10G spikes are equivalent to the weight of a car or an elephant resting on their bodies, the physiological effects are even more worrisome.
Le gros danger des G, c'est que tout est plus lourd. L'énergie du corps, en gros, le sang pèse 10 fois plus lourd aussi. Donc quand s'il pèse plus lourd, il va descendre dans les jambes et moins bien alimenter en oxygène le cerveau. Et s'il n'alimente pas bien le cerveau, à un moment, c'est ce qu'on appelle le voile noir.
Under the effects of G-force, pilots know they're in danger when they experience a gradual reduction in their color perception. Their peripheral vision starts to dim, and they feel like they're looking through a tunnel that shrinks and shrinks until everything turns black.
On est toujours conscient dans le noir, mais on entend toujours. Et après, on n'entend plus rien, et toujours en étant conscient. Et puis la phase suivante, c'est la syncope, quoi. Pouf. C'est gênant quand on est tout seul dans l'avion en train de piloter.
Anytime you're in a plane, this is bad, but when you're 30 meters from the ground, you can't have this happen. This is what we do, we push the limit, and if you want to be on the limit, you have to accept those challenges that come with being on the edge.
To help pilots combat gravitational force, the air race requires them to wear special G-suits. Using a system of tubes, these fluid-filled suits compress the pilot's legs, preventing blood from flowing down to their feet. Made of non-elastic Kevlar, the suit doesn't stretch. When the tubes expand as the fluid flows down, the pilot's legs and lower blood vessels are compressed.
It's an aid. It helps you a little bit. Maybe if you pull 10 Gs now, instead of 10 Gs, it would only act like maybe 9 Gs. So you still have to actively combat this.
Despite their high-tech suits, and even though they're very well trained, the pilots take every possible measure to avoid blacking out and to finish the race. To make sure their hearts have the strength to pump blood to their brains, they control their blood flow and counter the effect of gravity by doing the anti-G straining maneuver.
For all the pilots here, this is automatic. When they pull G, it's not a reaction to, okay, I'm starting to have tunnel vision. You can't recover, you have to do it immediately at the same time. Flexing our legs and our abdomen and our whole lower body, tensing it up, trapping the blood up in the upper part of your body. Basically how this works is it's like taking a full breath and trying to forcefully exhale but holding it in. And you would
comme ça, et en fait on s'habitue sans problème à une accélération supplémentaire jusqu'à comme ça 10 G. C'est une espèce de contrainte au départ, mais après ça devient une sorte de drogue. On a besoin de ça. On a besoin de ressentir ces accélérations, ces G, pour voir qu'on est écrasé dans le siège. Ça fait partie du jeu.
With the planes about to make their first appearance, it's starting to feel like an air race in Abu Dhabi. 2 days before the grand finale, the pilots get ready to try out the track for the very first time. For the production team, it's finally time to test the facilities they've been working on for nearly 2 weeks.
As much as people want to initially put things together, the reality is that we need airplanes running through the course to get the real data, to make sure that the technology all works so that it gives us what we need to put the product on.
Hey guys, Danny wants everybody up there for a briefing. Co-drivers too, please.
On this busiest of days, track officials are already getting ready to repair pylons they've only just set up.
Abu Dhabi was classically a high hit rate on pylons because it was the first race back of the season and everyone was probably getting their eye in and hitting pylon.
250 miles an hour, even a small mistake is enough to hit a pylon, and it just happens like that.
While contact with a pylon during competition leads to disqualification, that's not the case during trials, where pilots are free to make mistakes as they get the hang of the track. And right away, fears of potential problems are confirmed. For the aquatic operations team, it's a practice day for the televised grand finale, when pylons will have to be replaced as quickly as possible, similar to a pit stop in auto racing.
If there's a pylon hit, we give the call to the boats that they can go into the race box. The guys jump off on the gate, start repairing. So they have like 1.5 minutes. From the aviation side, we get the call, okay, 30 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay, go out now. As soon as we're out, they give the aircraft a call that they can approach the race box again.
Number 95 Hall cleared into the track. Smoke on.
For fast replacement, the pylon's 9 sections are connected with zippers. When a section is damaged, the team replaces not only that section, but all sections above it, so they only have to use one zipper.
These spare parts we have all on board. The boats are pretty packed with material. It's even hard to find a place for us to sit. Not a problem if we have 10 or 20 pylon hits per flying session. That's our job. We love our job and we love to do it.
At the hangars, the pilots awaiting their turn get ready at a fever pitch. After a 3-year wait, they'll soon know whether the Abu Dhabi track will play in their favor or not.
I've seen maps of the track, how it's supposed to be, but I've learned over the years that there's always a big difference between what you see on the paper and what's in real life. Even little changes can change your lines totally.
A very fast aircraft may be great in a straight line track, but there'll be other aircraft that may be not as fast, but they're great in a turning track.
Right after landing from his first test flight, Nicholas Ivanov and his rival Kirby Chambliss analyzed the problematic parts of the track.
I try to do something like that, and then to be like that. Le track n'est pas tout à fait le même qu'à l'entraînement, surtout après la deuxième porte, on fait zigzag, on va dans la suivante. Avant, on était obligé de faire un gros virage gauche-droite pour essayer de le prendre. Là, c'est beaucoup plus en ligne et les portes étaient un peu plus resserrées. And here, you have to turn on the right. Il faudrait le modifier un peu plus en largeur, le track, mais comme on n'a pas assez d'espace, ça va être comme ça.
While some pilots are unnerved by the track design, Pete McLeod is not among them. His trial run bodes well.
I think the guys did a great job building the track. The venue looks amazing. I mean, I'm having fun out there, and there's not a lot of magic to this track. A fast plane, guy who flies clean and no penalties is going to do very well. I think you're going to see a really tight race here in Abu Dhabi.
While the Abu Dhabi track differs slightly from previous years, its same location, the part of the city known as the Corniche, is convenient to the competition's comeback.
From the data collection perspective, we did have the benefit of being here for multiple years prior. We kind of know what's going on. Now, in other parts of the world, especially parts that we have not been to, we do what's called a location check, and we walk around everything, we look through everything to make sure that the race course will be designed and set up the proper way. Mostly driven by safety and how you can design it to stay within whatever area we're given to work within. But then if you have a marquee backdrop, you can design the track to make sure that that TV product is enhanced.
With thousands of spectators expected to line the track, the air race makes safety its highest priority. To mark out a safe fly zone, also known as the race box, the aviation team uses sophisticated computer applications.
Red Bull has a unique software they've actually enhanced and designed, and we have that capability that anywhere along the track, if the plane crashes, we have what's called a debris field, if you will, a scatter pattern, and that really helps us design the course to make sure that it's safe for the spectators.
The software uses ballistic extrapolation to determine the perimeter in which the track should be built, taking into account the plane's speed, altitude, and energy, as well as meteorological factors like wind and air density.
The reality is aviation doesn't have a lot of tolerance for mishaps and mistakes. We won't, in an aviation perspective, push anybody too hard. We don't use the track design to limit what the pilots can do. We want every pilot to be able to fly through it. We just want the best pilot to win because he has the fastest time.
6 hours before the race begins, the city of Abu Dhabi and the air race site are quiet. After more than 2 weeks of work, the facilities are tried and tested. The track is finally finished, and the planes are ready for takeoff. The event's success now depends only on the pilots, the crowd, and Mother Nature, whose random and unpredictable winds make Abu Dhabi one of the most difficult stops on the tour.
The wind has a significant impact on how the pilots fly the race course. If there's a large crosswind, you might pick a certain line that works for you that day. Well, the next day, the wind can be coming from the other direction, and you have to completely change how you approach the track.
Comme on vole dans une masse d'air, la masse d'air peut se déplacer. Donc quand il y a du vent, il faut intégrer ça dans le parcours et dans les virages. On a envie d'aller là, mais en fait le vent va nous pousser, du coup il va nous amener là.
Given the strong crosswinds, the pilots go through the air gates using a technique usually reserved for landing.
C'est comme si vous nagez contre courant de travers, mais il faut nager un peu en crabe ou avancer un peu en crabe pour avancer droit. Donc certaines fois, il faut viser un peu à côté de la porte. On est un peu comme ça, et comme si vous dérapez en voiture, hein, vous devez savoir faire ça. Regardez sur la porte sur la fenêtre de côté pour avancer droit.
Since they can't set a racing line in advance due to Mother Nature's fickleness, the pilots have to know how to adjust to changing conditions. Before starting time, the control tower indicates the wind speed and direction on the track. But for some pilots, this information just isn't enough.
Si on passe pas le premier, on peut voir le précédent qui vole. Comme on a du fumigène, on voit un peu le déplacement du fumigène. Donc là, on peut encore affiner l'indication supplémentaire du vent.
I grew up in northern Canada flying float planes, so I'm very used to reading the water and the waves. I don't look for cues with the flags or different things. I just read the water, and every little part of the track will give you different information. And it's kind of maybe a unique skill that I have over some of the other guys.
While some pilots feel they have a bad weather advantage, it's the organizers and spectators that have gotten their wish: a sunny afternoon with little wind.
To be quite honest, after such a long hiatus, I didn't expect everything to go as smoothly as it has been going. All the training times have been very, very tight so far, so it's going to be a wonderful competition.
There was some tension today, of course, especially before the race. There are a lot of new people in the teams. Everybody has to adjust on each other, and of course, because of this, there are challenges.
The main challenge today was keeping the complete team calm and focused on what we are doing here. Everybody was excited from the morning on.
Once you get into that race mode, then all bets are off, and I think there was a little bit of nerves and butterflies there.
When you're here in the tower, in full stress, headset on, and so you don't really recognize that a complete new world championship started now. This is something amazing.
Over the turquoise waters of the Persian Gulf, the pilots show off their talents by performing a spectacular stunt called the half Cuban 8. This vertical 180-degree turnaround maneuver allows them to quickly head in the opposite direction by doing a half loop followed by a half roll. A demanding and dangerous aerobatic feat that makes it hard to stay under the 10G limit, the half Cuban 8 gives pilots many possibilities for their racing line and provides a spectacular show for the aerobatics fans on the ground.
You want to go the opposite direction you're coming from, so you want to turn around very fast. Some guys will go very straight up and steep, others will go very oblique out to the side.
Le but du jeu, c'est de pouvoir trouver le compromis entre le virage horizontal ou le virage un peu plus vertical. Quand on part en vertical, forcément, on perd de l'énergie. Si on fait un truc trop serré, on prend trop de G, on perd l'énergie. Si on fait un truc trop grand, on perd de l'énergie là-haut et en plus, on perd du temps. Le problème, c'est qu'on ne sait jamais, en fait, réellement comment ça fonctionne. Certaines fois, on a l'impression que ça va très bien, et puis en fait, ça l'est pas, et inversement.
Although the pilots are the day's undisputed stars, all eyes turn to the unsung heroes when the aquatic operations team finally gets to demonstrate its know-how.
We worked for that for the last 17 days. I can say we were a bit nervous. After the first pylon hit, we saw everything is perfect, everything is good. The time on the air gate was about 1 minute and 7 seconds. I can say it now, it was the best time we've ever done. Things which unites the team is to love to travel around the world, to love the water, and to love the Red Bull Aires.
After nearly 3 weeks being here in the Emirates, 3 weeks of hard work, of leading a team up to 400 people, you step out of the tower and just say, wow, and that's it. It's a great feeling, something in between happy and empty. We came with a full charter Boeing and additional charter flights, a lot of sea transport. We have to say that the complete team did a perfect job and solved all challenges.
Overall, you can see that it's an incredibly complex production. Hundreds and hundreds of people were involved to pull this off. And I can't tell you how proud I am of everybody and how well everybody worked. The atmosphere in the tower was nice because the atmosphere on the course was nice.
It was a fun track to fly, pretty easy, not overly technical, but a lot of fun, good flow, and I had a great result, and it was just amazing to be back in the track. So overall, that means it's perfect for me.
For the 13th consecutive year, the mountain town of Saint-Sauveur in the Canadian province of Quebec is host of the Ride Shakedown, one of the world's top snowboarding events. 45 pro athletes and 60 amateurs go head-to-head on a purpose-built track where they perform a series of tricks to try to win over the judges. For 2 days of riding, 20 workers spend 2 weeks building features and sculpting a whopping 150,000 cubic meters of snow. In their quest for perfection, these winter warriors will move mountains on extreme science. 2 weeks before the competition, the Dizzle Entertainment production team arrives at Mont-Saint-Sauveur to start building the course. Brendan O'Dowd and Patrick Bernier, who founded the Shakedown in 2002, take on the 13th edition of what's proved to be their biggest event.
On se spécialise surtout dans le domaine des sports d'action, snowboard, skateboard, conception de parc à neige. C'est sûr que dans tout notre portfolio, le seul événement qu'on fait de tout de A à Z, c'est le Shakedown. En 2002, on a eu 2-3 000 personnes la première année, ce qui était beaucoup pour cette époque-là. Aujourd'hui, 13 ans plus tard, le Shakedown est le plus gros événement de snowboard au Canada et top 5 au monde. On a 25 000 personnes sur le site. Il n'y a aucun autre événement uniquement snowboard qui attire autant de gens. On essaie d'évoluer tout le temps. On voit juste de plus en plus gros.
While the Shakedown just keeps getting bigger, the competition's format has stayed the same. The snowboarders have to perform 2 consecutive maneuvers, one on a jump and the other on a rail, each one counting for 50% of their total points. This year, participants will choose between 4 different rails, set up in a cluster at the end of the track. Most of the parts for this rail complex were built in a workshop in the weeks leading up to the beginning of on-site work. Using a computer-designed course map based on surveying done the summer before, the team finds landmarks by digging down to the ground in strategic points. Patrick Bernier's right-hand man on the ground, Patrick Boucher, plants graded marker poles to measure snow levels.
On creuse jusqu'à temps qu'on trouve l'asphalte. Quand on l'a trouvé, on rentre la piquette, on enterre. Fait qu'il y en a partout sur le site. Fait que partout où on est, là, on sait combien qu'on a de neige. Il faut qu'on monte de 10 pieds ici.
Under the snow is an obstacle-strewn site, crisscrossed by the paths of the Saint-Sauveur Water Park.
On n'est pas sur un terrain plat ici, c'est plusieurs talus. Ça monte en palier. Fait que mettons que je calcule mon 10 ici. Donc, il faut toujours trouver notre point zéro.
Built on the lower section of the Mont-Saint-Sauveur slope, the Shakedown course is unusual in that it offers an angled view to spectators watching from the bottom of the hill.
Une compétition, n'importe où tu vas aller, c'est toujours dans la ligne de pente. Tu vois l'action de face. Nous, on s'est dit, pour que ce soit plus intéressant encore une fois pour le public, il faut qu'on mette ça de côté, pour avoir l'expérience de la distance parcourue sur le saut.
To make this possible, the snowboarders have to slide diagonally down the slope. To get the track perfectly level, the team in charge of the course uses tons of snow to raise up the lower side.
La pente ici en avant du chalet, c'est une inclinaison d'au moins 20 degrés. C'est quand même très à pic. Pour venir remplir l'autre extrémité, on a à peu près 120 pieds. Après ça, il faut épaissir de 50 pieds.
Of all the employees that Mont-Saint-Sauveur makes available to the organizers throughout the construction, the snow groomer operators are by far the most involved in building the course. Gaston Lefebvre, usually assigned to the resort's snow park, specializes in building obstacles and has provided his services to the Shakedown for the last 2 years.
Ça fait 22 ans que je travaille pour ici, puis ça fait 15-16 ans que je chauffe des machines. Des fois, c'est comme si je retournerais en enfance dans un gros carré de sable, sauf que j'ai une montagne à déplacer.
While Gaston's skills really come into play during the finishing stages, the many hours he first spends moving snow are just as essential as he prepares the canvas on which the track designers will create the course. For the first time in 13 editions, Dizzle agreed to delegate part of the work to Today's Parks and Creations, a two-man team specializing in building snow parks.
Depuis le début, c'est nous autres qui fait de tout de A à Z. On est rendu à un certain niveau où est-ce que l'ampleur de l'événement ne nous permet pas d'être sur le terrain autant. Puis il faut se trouver des gens avec qui on a la même vision, puis qu'on peut se dire, bon, ben OK, on peut laisser un peu aller.
On est dans les deux cas des constructeurs de parcs. On sait très bien comment faire le travail, on s'entend. Les techniques sont grosso modo les mêmes.
À travers les années, on a dû installer des centaines de rails et de sauts. Donc on a vraiment une expertise à ce niveau-là. C'est sûr que le Ride Shakedown, c'est un des événements les plus gros au Canada. Donc, pour nous, c'est vraiment un beau contrat. Ça nous met sur la map.
On their first day, the two partners have clearly defined roles. Guillaume is in charge of the kicker, while René handles the rail setup, being installed at the bottom of the track. Designed by Today's Parks and Creations, the setup meets Dizzle's requirements of rider-friendly rails that allow the competitors to perform more challenging tricks.
L'inspiration d'un parcours comme ça vient de l'architecture de ville. Les planchers, ce qu'ils utilisent dans la vie, c'est des structures comme ça qui sont permanentes dans nos villes. Puis nous, on essaie de recréer ça avec les avantages de pouvoir vraiment l'appliquer à des planchers à neige.
At the base of the mountain, the team tackles the staircase for the rail setup. The 4 string boards making up the structure have to interlock perfectly with the light boxes that support them. But while digging to get the right angle, Patrick Boucher makes an unpleasant discovery. There's an embankment at the very spot where the snowboarders are supposed to land.
Ici, on a 2 pieds de neige, là. Il manque un genre de 10 pieds de landing.
Il n'y avait pas assez long d'atterrissage pour absorber les chocs des utilisateurs. C'était impossible de positionner le module correctement à cet endroit-là.
OK, on va manger.
At lunchtime, the course designers are called to an emergency meeting. They need to find a solution that doesn't trigger a domino effect on the jump alignment and the bleacher location.
Puis mettons que tu te mets dans les estrades, là.
Tous les gens qui vont être ici, on sait déjà qu'on ne voit rien. Hein?
Non, je sais, c'est sûr que tu te donnes aucune chance.
On donne aucune chance, on coupe tout le monde.
Quand on décide d'un gros changement comme ça, on se rassemble tous ensemble pour en discuter parce qu'il y a vraiment plusieurs variables, que ce soit l'éclairage, les caméras pour la télévision puis pour la diffusion directe.
Anticiper qu'est-ce que ça va donner, qu'est-ce qu'on a besoin de faire de plus, calculer les coûts, que ça on voit avec notre équipe de construction, c'est quoi que ça implique de plus,
After considering 20 different scenarios, Bernier and Casa make a bold decision.
On a regardé ça, puis on s'est dit, on switch de bord. On va mettre les escaliers à gauche, on va prendre l'autre rail qu'on avait, on va le mettre à droite. Ça va nous permettre d'avoir un atterrissage beaucoup plus long pour nos rampes devant l'escalier.
Since the course is built almost perpendicular to the mountain, the longest rails are consequently lower down the slope, thus giving the team enough play to create an inclined landing area. That way, the stringboard falls perfectly into place.
Guillaume, j'ai 21,5 chez marche.
C'est parfait. Ça pourrait être 21, ça ne dérangerait pas, c'est idéal. Malade mental, je suis bien content d'entendre ça.
This last-minute fix is the first positive outcome in a long day. The reconfigured setup gives the team the second wind they needed to continue working late into the night.
L'événementiel, c'est très intense. Les gens qui travaillent avec nous, c'est tous des gens qui trippent, qui aiment voir l'évolution de partir d'une piste quasiment plate à des montagnes de neige incroyables, des setups de rail, des lumières, le son et les gradins, tout ça. Ça prend du monde passionné pour faire de l'événementiel.
On a des journées de 12 puis 13 heures de travail. On commence à 7, on finit à 11. C'est ça pendant 2 semaines.
The next morning, the sun's barely up as the project managers meet to plan their day. While work continues on the stairs, the rails are delivered by their manufacturer, Richard Cote of Coastal Jibs, who shipped his products from over 800 kilometers away.
Il va falloir que je le passe comme ça. Si tu rentres un dans l'autre, ouais.
Specializing in the manufacture of snow park features, the company from Fredericton, New Brunswick, is working with the shakedown for the first time.
Parfait, c'est beau.
On a décidé de travailler avec des gars qui ont la flamme, si on veut, dans les yeux, là, pour développer puis être créatif au niveau des modules de rail. C'est important pour nous de ne pas devenir redondant, de s'assurer qu'on est tout le temps en haut de la vague et non dans le bas de la vague.
Mission accomplie.
The rails were a collaborative effort between designers Kaza and Fournier and the Maritimes-based Coastal Jibs, hired to manufacture them despite the headaches involved in long-distance collaboration.
Hey, écoute, je me demandais, j'avais une petite question pour toi concernant les pattes sur le module, le down flat down.
In the months leading up to the event, the rails were built in a workshop, and the work was supervised by phone and email.
Parfait, aucun problème. Je me lance là-dedans tout de suite.
Sur un dessin de production de modules, il y a beaucoup de détails, mais il y a des choses qui passent inaperçues, qui sont oubliées, ou peu importe. Donc, il y a eu beaucoup de discussions entre moi-même puis mes partenaires de Today's Perks and Creations. Une fois que nous autres, on reçoit la commande, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? C'est qu'on place la commande des matériaux. Ensuite, nous autres, on passe beaucoup de temps à faire la découpe des matériaux. Donc, on va tout préparer les matériaux, les bonnes longueurs, les bonnes angles, avant de les assembler. Ensuite, on passe à l'assemblage des matériaux. C'est là où on va tout taquer ensemble, qu'on va tout s'assurer que le module comme tel représente vraiment ce qui se retrouve sur le dessin. Qu'est-ce que je veux dire par taquer? C'est vraiment juste mettre des petits coins de soudure, juste vraiment pour que ça tienne ensemble. Ça nous permet de vraiment s'assurer que tout est droit, tout est au niveau, puis de genre prendre les mesures 2-3 fois, s'assurer que tout est vraiment parfait avant de le souder.
Hein?
Une fois que le module est tout soudé, il y a un peu de nettoyage, de finition à faire, un peu de buffage ici puis là pour que ça soit des belles finitions lisses et sécuritaires. Et ensuite, ça va passer à la peinture.
In Saint-Sauveur, the team takes a first look at Coastal Jibs products by placing the first rail on the newly switched platform. The team checks if the new configuration prompts unplanned adjustments.
La décision de changer le parcours de côté s'est pris quand même assez vite parce qu'on n'avait pas le choix. Ce qui a été plus long, c'est de reconfigurer l'orientation qu'on lui donnait par rapport au saut qu'on avait en haut. D'ici la fin du box, il faudrait qu'elle tasse un petit peu vers la droite. Il a fallu refaire notre coupe, réaligner le parcours complètement. Il y a toujours des risques à faire une modification comme ça de dernière minute. Ce serait bon, là, ça. On essaie de les réduire le plus possible pour pas subir une autre transformation plus tard, mais c'est toujours quelque chose qui peut arriver.
With the realignment done, the team tackles an unusual new construction. This year, the Shakedown is adding a VIP deck to the rail setup that will welcome 50 lucky spectators. The elevated platform not only provides a unique view of the course, it's also an obstacle in itself for the snowboarders.
Nous, notre but, c'est vraiment de faire en sorte que le maximum de gens puissent voir l'action. C'est là qu'on a développé le concept de la plateforme cette année, qu'on vient mettre dans le parcours pour pouvoir aider justement à amener plus de spectateurs. Tu peux pas être plus proche de l'action que ça. C'est la meilleure place dans tout le site. C'est quand tu es à côté que tu le sens. Là, quand l'ambiance, tu as 10-15 000 personnes, c'est survolté.
Just like the day before, another jam-packed workday extends into the night. Despite all the snafus, or maybe because of them, the Shakedown creators and their subcontractors start to develop a rapport.
C'est la première année qu'on travaille avec René et Guillaume. On trouvait des gens qui pensaient comme nous. Knock on wood, ça va super bien à date.
La chimie est super bonne, c'est vraiment le fun, chacun a ses responsabilités.
With a colossal task ahead of them, 9 days before the event, the team takes on one problem at a time. In the case of the platform beams that have been causing headaches for hours, it's Patrick Boucher, in the end, that finds a solution.
Dans le fond, c'est la section de 3 bouteilles qu'il faut enlever pour mettre deux bouteilles. On met les braises, on remet les 3 bouteilles par-dessus. On laisse faire la bouteille simple, puis on vient mettre le vérin par-dessus.
Ça va marcher. C'est sûr que ça marche. On a creusé très profond dans le sol pour installer un nouveau système qu'on connaissait pas. C'était pas facile à monter. Le plan d'ingénieur était pas parfait. Il nous manque quelques morceaux. C'est pour ça qu'on n'a pas pu avancer autant qu'on voulait ce soir. On a travaillé fort, mais là, nos poutrelles sont installées. Puis demain, on va pouvoir compléter la construction.
It's Friday in Saint-Sauveur, 8 days before the shakedown, and the team has to reduce its footprint and free up the base of the mountain to leave room for the arriving hordes of weekend skiers. With a skeleton staff, the organizers have to get the most out of their troops. The people left have to buckle down.
Sur 8 gars, il y en a combien qui vont être sur la plateforme?
J'en ai sur la plateforme, j'en ai là-dessus. Patrick, viens voir la plateforme, là. Un morceau, là, pèse à peu près 5000 livres. Je ne mettrai pas juste 2 gars là-dessus. Man, il n'y en a pas un qui va se tuer là-dessus. Sinon, je sais qu'est-ce qui va arriver. Ils vont coller le camp.
C'est sûr qu'on a des dameuses, on a des pelles mécaniques, mais sinon, c'est beaucoup de jus de bras. Quand on arrive au mois d'avril, après une saison complète, les gars, là, ils en ont plein le casse.
While construction of the platform muddles along, on the jump setup, Guillaume Fournier is now working without his faithful sidekick, René Cazin. With his only ally, the resort's snow groomer operator, he takes full advantage of the powerful arsenal at his disposal.
Sur le site ici, on travaille avec différentes dameuses. On a un bison qui est assez récent avec la conduite centrale. Il y a un bison X. Il y a aussi un Beast qui est une vraiment grosse machine, plus grosse que les autres. On a un 350 avec un treuil. C'est un câble avec des tonnes de pression dedans.
Over the last few days, 100,000 cubic meters of snow have been moved to build the jump. And now, it's time to shape it. The kicker, 3 meters high by 9 meters wide, was designed to propel the snowboarders 19 meters ahead, the minimum distance required to reach the landing area. The 45-meter landing area is inclined at exactly 35 degrees to help the snowboarders maintain their speed while reducing impact on landing.
On a environ 32 présentement. Quand on construit un saut, on a besoin d'un atterrissage qui est du même degré sur toute sa longueur. Pour calculer les angles, on utilise un inclinomètre. Puis, à la grosseur du saut qu'on a ici, c'est impossible de le faire sans treuil. Il est tellement long, il est tellement à pic que les chenilles ils se mettent à tourner dans le beurre.
God! Pas pire coup que ça a donné, hein?
Le corps a donné un coup parce qu'il était pris dans la neige. C'est des tonnes de pression qui se tassent en un instant.
Oh my God, man! Qu'est-ce qu'il faisait là?
Tout d'un coup, on s'est retourné de bord, puis on a vu qu'il y avait un des travailleurs sur le site, directement à côté du câble. Il a vraiment passé proche de lui.
Man! Qu'est-ce qu'il faisait là?
Je pensais pas que ça allait dans ton site, baby.
Quand on a vu ça, on a été vraiment surpris. On a eu vraiment peur.
Va là-bas. Regarde, tu vois le rack noir là à terre? Va l'autre bord.
One problem follows another, and Fournier is interrupted again a few minutes later when rain starts pouring down on Saint-Sauveur. While the first week brought them perfect conditions for building a course, spring rears its head on March 28th.
On n'était pas capable de remonter la neige puis la faire figer où qu'on voulait. Elle redescendait à chaque fois que la machine redescendait le landing. Il va falloir qu'on arrête la production à cause de la météo.
The rain calls a halt to the snow shaping work until further notice, but it doesn't put out the deck team, who is on fire. Toiling non-stop over the weekend, they managed to stay on schedule until the troops return on Monday morning. Only 5 days before the grand finale, they enter the home stretch. Every step has to go smoothly to meet their production schedule. When the reinforcements arrive, they have their work cut out for them.
Aujourd'hui, on installe les rampes sur le parcours, un peu comme un casse-tête en pièces détachées. On met tout ensemble, puis c'est là qu'on fait l'assemblage.
Un de réglé. Qu'est-ce que les plans, puis qu'est-ce qu'on avait prévu vont fonctionner? Est-ce que notre menuisier a suivi les mesures? Est-ce que le gars de la rampe a suivi ses mesures? Puis là, ben, c'est là qu'on dépose. On se dit, ah, OK, parfait, sinon, il faut jouer avec nos angles, il faut chimer en bon français.
The assembly, which requires patience and precision, is even trickier due to the complexity of René Casa's drawings.
Les modules pour le shakedown sont de 21,8 degrés précisément et non arrondi ça, supposons à 22 degrés ou à 20 degrés.
Je sais vraiment ce que je veux avoir. Je design ces modules-là comme si c'est moi qui allais les utiliser.
Staircase, il y a 33 marches. Puis, 33 marches, c'est pas un nombre pair. Donc, au lieu d'avoir le même espace entre chaque patte, il a fallu alterner un peu un espace plus grand, un espace plus petit, un espace plus grand, un espace plus petit. Fait que ça a rendu ça un peu plus compliqué.
Ça veut pas dire que nos marches sont vraiment droites. À mes yeux, on dirait que
Several hours and many adjustments